Alright, hello everyone, and welcome back to Phoenix Wright. Last time we had ourselves a bit of a corpse party at the local law academy that to this day is still up in the air as whether or not it was a high school or some sort of college. I'm of the former, but some people clearly were of the latter in last stream. That was quite the case. Lots of twists and turns on that one. So, I don't know. Hopefully this one will live up to it. Maybe even succeed it. We'll see, I guess. Apparently we're going to space today, so that should be interesting. Where is it? This one. Cosmic Turnabout. I mean, the name alone pretty much confirms that we're going to space. Also, I think we're meeting some friend of Apollo's. Hopefully we get to play as Apollo with that in mind. But we'll see, I guess. Courtroom bombing incident. Terrible attack launched by the will of a madman. That incident perfectly symbolized the state of the legal world in this dark age of the law. Mr. Wright brought it to a resolution of sorts. So this is the first one that takes place after Case 1. We're finally proceeding with the story. Detonate was discovered to be the one responsible for the bombing. Yeah, if only it were that simple. Somehow I can't help but think. But there's a darker influence at work. One that's lurking in the shadows, waiting. That's why I want to review the trial that was taking place when the bombing occurred. Oh. Okay, we're in the future, but we're not in the future. After all, I've got more than a few personal stakes in it. So this is like parallel to the case in Chapter 1. That's an old-ass satellite, holy shit. That's like a 1950s satellite.
1 hour remaining until launch. Please begin your final equipment check.
So what, is someone gonna like piss on the moon
complete.
and then we're gonna have to defend them?
Everything's okay. We're ready here whenever you are.
Oh, we're not even getting to space apparently. Typical NASA.
Come in at 2. Come in. Do you copy?
Who could have seen that coming? Alright, someone call an emergency meeting. We need to figure this out. Oh, we're going straight to court, are we? Hell yeah. So the case that was going on when the courtroom was bombed. Okay, so this... So is this, like, are we gonna end... Is this case gonna end with the bombing of, case number 1, then? Okay, we are playing as Apollo at least, that's good. I figured we'd probably get a balance between all three. That just made the most sense. Time for another trial to begin. But this one is different. Oh, she's here too. Are you alright, Apollo? Was I making a scary face just now? Right, because she was involved with this case too. And then she got roped into the other case when the bombing occurred. Oh, hi, Juniper. Yeah, I'm fine. I was just doing my Cords of Steel exercises. Now I'm all ready to go. Yes, knowing you, I'm sure you'll be just fine. Oh, I brought you a present for my garden. Is this a lotus root? That's right. My grandma says lotus root is good for your eyes. She even says that if you look through the holes, it can help you see into the future. It's for good luck. Maybe later you can cook it and... thanks for this. I'm gonna have some right now. Something tells me that's a terrible idea. That's like... I've never had lotus root. I've seen it. But I feel like just looking at it makes me think of ginger. I don't think that's gonna be any similar. But you don't go around eating raw ginger. You don't just go take a bite of a ginger root. Oh my. Kind of tough, though. Can't eat it raw, but thank you for the enthusiastic try. Oops. I didn't think it'd be weird before. She will now. I've got to calm down. Does it taste spicy? Has anyone had a lotus root? I don't know if that's like the sort of thing you could eat raw. Just because he says you can, that doesn't mean you can't. Apollo, sorry I'm late. Hi, Thana. Jamie, I didn't know you were coming today. Did you come to cheer Apollo on? Oh, I get it. You sly little thing, you. Athena, stop. Quit kidding around, Athena. Trial's about to start any second. Is everything all set? Oh, Apollo, when will you ever figure it out? Figure out what? Is this gonna be our client? Wow, that was the longest sigh I've ever heard. Yep, that's probably a client. Why does his head look like a pencil? Or a paintbrush? I'm guessing it's supposed to be a rocket, but it just makes me think of a paintbrush. This is it. It's all over for me. They're gonna find me guilty. This is our client, one Mr. Solomon Soul Starbuck. He's a very famous astronaut who happens to be an acquaintance of mine. You wouldn't know it right now, but he's usually a very upbeat and driven person. Scene of the crime this time happened to be the Cosmos Space Center. Back in high school, my best friend and I were there almost a little too much. That's where we met Mr. Starbuck. We'd ask about space travel, and he'd launch into a story after with so much passion. Back in those days, the man was 100% my hero. Are you sure you're okay with being my lawyer, Apollo? Of course I'm sure. I know you, Mr. Starbuck. I know you're not the type to commit murder. Thanks, but... I was supposed to be in space right about now. So depressed, it almost seems like an act. Watch getting called off must have been a huge shock. I'll probably never get the chance to go into space again. Don't say that. Don't stop believing. Besides, just have to go into space again. Yeah, easy. Just go to space, forehead. Anyone can do it. Yeah, I don't think I could face Clay in the afterlife. I just rotted away in a cell. Clay Terran. Can't believe he was murdered. I mean, he was such a promising astronaut under your command. Yeah, he was a good guy. Always there to pick me up when I was down. No one loved life as much as him, that's for sure. He was always so full of energy, telling me, "You're fine, Mr. Starbuck." I got something like this happen to a guy like him, huh? I've never seen Mr. Starbuck so down. Clay's gone and I'm going to prison. Wish I could burn up like a shooting star right now. And you wouldn't be the first one to try it in court here. Mr. Starbuck, you'll be fine. What is it? What's with the yelling? I'll get to the bottom of this thing. You'll see. In exchange, I want you to go back into space for you and Clay. Promise? Does that mean you have lots of evidence to prove my innocence? Oh, well, about that. We didn't get to investigate the area as much as I have liked, thanks to police. I'm done for. I'm a goner. Everybody thinks I did it. Thought I was gonna soar like a comet, but I'm just gonna crash like a meteorite. Is that, like, I know Terran is, like, another name for Earth, but, like, I'm trying to... Am I overthinking it? Clay Terran? Like, I'm thinking that's one word that it's making a pun off of. It feels like it's a one-word pun. But is it really just as simple as, like, Terran means Earth and Clay is in the Earth? But also being, like, a fairly common male name? Like if you say it fast enough, Clay Terran, like it sounds like something, but I can't think of what it sounds like. No, don't say that, Mr. Starbuck. Well, yeah, clay can be kind of dirt. Is it really considered a synonym for dirt? I mean, the clay of the earth, but as a kid, it meant something. Maybe it's because I was brought up religiously, but clay has a very different meaning than just dirt in the Bible. So I guess I never really thought of it being a true synonym for earth, but it was kind of like an allegory for it. But I don't know if I'd call it a true synonym. Is it really considered one? I mean, I guess clay is just dry dirt. It's different, though. It's not dirt, though. Clay is clay. It's not literally dirt, but I guess I could see where the similarity might come from. Don't count yourself up just yet. I know it's hard to lose a teammate, but you gotta keep going. What about you, Apollo? Oh, what about me? I was just thinking, wasn't Clay your best friend? We need to focus on a trial right now. Are you all ready to go? Apollo. Trial's about to begin. The defense would please proceed to the courtroom. Oh, okay. Here we go. This is it. This is one trial I can't afford to lose. This is gonna be weird. So are we gonna get like trial, investigation, trial? And then no other investigation? Why are we starting with a trial? I wonder how many investigation portions are in this then. Clay's sake and our clients, I will find Clay's killer. Can't recall the last time we started with a trial and it wasn't case number 1. Assuming this like actually is a proper trial session. Is that bomb case I see down there by the witness stand? It looked like the bomb case. Court is now in session for the trial of Solomon Starbuck. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Excuse me, Mr. Justice. Yes, Your Honor. What happened to your eye? I'm fine. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Wait, does this take place like... Oh, is this why he left? So I thought this took place before the bombing. This take place just after the bombing? I guess I just assumed wrong. I thought this took place before the bombing. I thought this is what led to the bombing. Hence why the bomb case is there. But his eye's already hurt, which... Didn't that happen because of the bombing? Because he ran back to the other room and like shit fell on him? This moment is before the bomb. So what the fuck happened to his eye? I thought, were we told about the eye previously? No? Okay, so we don't know why his eye is like this yet. Okay, I thought we did know. Maybe I just assumed it was because of the crash. And the explosion. But okay, alright, so we don't know why his eye is fucked up. At least not yet. Are you sure? I don't. I'm fine, Your Honor. Defense is ready. I'm sorry, Your Honor. It's been like this since yesterday. Keeps insisting it's just a sty. I suppose it's something he doesn't want to discuss. Maybe he's entering a touchy age. Dude, man's like 24. What do you mean a touchy age? Very well. And the prosecution? Ready as always. I think they framed it like he was injured. Oh, okay, but we don't actually know. Yeah, seeing this, because this takes place before the bombing, raises the question of what actually happened to his eye, because it clearly wasn't because of the bomb. Guy went and had a fight in the alley or something, got shanked, I guess. The prosecution appears to be ready as well.
Silence.
Wait, are we already in court? Apparently, this case just starts you in court. This is case 4, and we're just starting court. So this is, to put the timeline into context, this is taking place shortly before the bombing of case number 1. So you remember that case that they just came out of? At the start of case 1 in this game, that's this case here. So apparently, though, Apollo's eye is already fucked up, but we are now playing the events that lead up to case number 1. Not yet. I'm not quite ready yet. Well, that's a first. Oh, now he's ready. Okay, so we know we're already on day number 2, despite it saying day 1, because he only ever breaks his cuffs on day 2. We're almost done this trial. That's how you know we're almost done this trial. And there's the bomb case from the previous future case, however you want to frame it. The prosecution is now ready. Wait, did his bird always have a bandana? It probably did, and I somehow just never noticed it had a bandana. Well, it didn't take him long this time. What's up with Black Quill? Black Quill spent too much time smooching Fulbright. Yeah, he's taking his cuffs off early because he wants to get back to Fulbright. He wants this case to be over quickly so he can get back to smooching Fulbright in the waiting room until the bomb goes off, I guess. Now then, I shall give the opening statement. I'll do it. You will? What an unexpected surprise. This time I can't leave it to anyone else. I see. Well, something is off with the two of you today. You both seem different somehow. Very well. Prosecutor Blackwell, your opening statement, if you would. It was just yesterday. The crimes in question occurred at the Cosmos Space Center. Ah, that famous federal research facility of all things related to astrology, right? Astronomy. It's astronomy. Anyway, the rocket was set to launch from there. But at 9:28 a.m., before they could even move the rocket to the launch site, two explosive devices were detonated, and the launch was cancelled. My word, 2 bombs. How dreadful. The defendant in today's trial is charged with both the bombing and with the murder. One Mr. Solomon Starbuck. Whatever inane reason, he detonated a bomb on the rocket he himself would be in. Solomon Starbuck? I recognize that name. Isn't he that famous astronaut? Correct your baldness. Mr. Starbuck was the pilot of the Hat-1 rocket 7 years ago. As you may recall, despite some interstellar trouble, his mission was a success. Some say it was a miracle he returned alive. I suppose you could say he's a living legend. Oh, I remember now. He's become something of an international celebrity, right? Oh, is this Apollo 13 in this universe? Because they made a movie about Apollo 13 as well. Which is also a ship that had an accident 2/3 of the way to the moon. And then they made a documentary, or a sort of based on a true story style thing of the events that happened on Apollo 13. They even turned that into a movie and everything. We've got a real space pioneer in court today. But even heroes stumble from their lofty heights. Returning to the subject at hand. Ah yes, the victim was one Mr. Clay Terran, a subordinate of the defendant. Indeed. A loyal disciple brutally stabbed to death by his mentor. Stabbed to death, you say? You mean his death was a result of the bombing? Correct. Despite his lofty dreams, the victim was seen as an interloper by the defendant. And so, he was sent not into space, but to the universe, which we mortals cannot see. Clay. I think I've heard enough. The case seems pretty clear-cut at this point. However, there's one thing I'm curious about. That metal box next to the witness stand. What purpose does it serve exactly? Since you asked so nicely, it's your coffin. Have mercy on me! I jest. It's evidence. Due to its immense size, we've little choice but to lay it where it rests now. We shall get to the contents of the box in due time. I think Blackwell's the last person I expect jokes from, especially something like that. His name is Starbuck? Yeah, his name is Starbuck. Man probably owns a coffee chain or two. I don't know where I'm getting that from, but I feel like he just seems like the kind of guy who might own some coffee shop somewhere. Do we know what happened to Paul's eye? Apparently not yet. I thought it was the bombing. Bombing hasn't happened yet. The courtroom bombing, I mean. Unless he was also caught in the rocket ship explosion. Yeah, I just feel like I lost 50 years off my life. Does he even have 50 years left? Inner monologue, Athena. Inner monologue. Enough jabbering. Wait, he whistles for Fulbright now? Shit. Maybe they are doing stuff in the waiting room without us watching. Bobby Fulbright's the name and justice we serve. Ah, Detective Fulbright. Well then, please explain the details of this incident to the court if you would. On it. First take a look at this pamphlet from the Cosmos Space Center. In it you'll find a diagram outlining the overall layout of the Space Center. Ah, here we are. For a more detailed look at what's on the left side of this building. Take a look at this cross-section that we, the police, have created. See the launch pad in the main building? The launch pad is the square building and the rounded structure is the main building, right? You got it. The incidents took place in the launch pad 1 in the main building's lounge. I'll be using this diagram during my testimony. It'll make it easier to understand. Wait, I thought they said they were moving the rocket to the launch pad. But in the opening cutscene, it looked like it was already on the launch pad when the bomb went off? Blackwell said the explosion happened before they even moved the rocket to the launch site. But isn't that the launch site there? Just before the rocket was set to launch, 2 bombs went off. Boom, boom. One on the second floor of the Space Center's main building, and one in Launchpad 1. Thankfully, only the 2 astronauts were in Launchpad 1 at the time. The 2 of them managed to make it back as far as the boarding lounge. But after the escape, one of the 2 was found stabbed to death. A murder on top of a bombing? Detective, the victim was already dead by the time you arrived at the lounge, correct? Yep. Thinking he'd sabotaged the bombing, the defendant killed him there in the rocket. Just look at this tragic photo. How's that thing supposed to be? Oh my, is that a knife in the victim's chest? Yes, Your Honor. It's a knife that cruelly ended this young man's dreams. We couldn't get any prints off of it, though, because the defendant was in his spacesuit. Makes sense. Everyone should be wearing gloves. By the way, Detective Fulbright, why are the victim's helmet and right glove absent in this photograph? We had to remove them to identify him, Your Honor. I personally removed his glove during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity, after all. Yes, it would be very difficult to identify him without a face or fingerprints. Now, there's just one more thing I'd like to inquire about. What is this round thing next to the victim in this photo? Something so important to the victim he took it with him as he escaped the launch pad. A capsule that apparently contains asteroid samples. Well, obviously valuable for research purposes, has no relation to this case. Wait, did he say it already had it? It contains asteroid. Why were they taking asteroid samples into space? The rocket hasn't even left, and you're telling me the thing was already full of rocks? What was the purpose of that? If it was empty, I'd understand. But this clearly says it was full. How did a knife puncture a spacesuit? Spacesuits aren't that thick. Especially the ones that they wear when they're going up into space. So the ones that they wear inside for the rockets are not the big, thick, puffy ones that they wear when they're doing spacewalks or going on the moon. Those are different. They put those on up in the rocket. The orange ones that they wear, they're more like jumpers. They're thick, but they're not that thick. I've never put one on myself, obviously, but from what I've seen, they're kind of just like I don't know what you'd compare it to. Maybe like a jacket? If you can stab someone through like a thick, like winter coat, you can definitely stab one of those. These aren't the big, puffy ones that they wear when doing spacewalks. Those ones, I would question. Because that would need to be like a sword to stab through that thing. Because they're thick. But those orange ones? Nah, they're fine. They're more like undersuits than anything. I see. So, we know the bomb in the main building was on the second floor. But where was the bomb that was in the launch pad, in Launch Pad 1 located? That one was on the rocket itself. It was situated around the central part of the rocket. Apparently, the area around the launch pad's elevator was a sea of flames. I would like to submit this diagram reported to the record. And we know this was a bomb and not just like a freak accident with the fuel canisters or something? Because that happens. Trial's just starting. We're already in a bind. You get used to it. And besides, that's what cross-examination is for, right? The 2 astronauts were doing during the bombing. That'll be the key. Why do I know all this? I used to be really into like space shit as a kid. I mean, it was a pretty big thing back in like 2001. The ISS was just being built. You know, it was the height of the space shuttle like era of NASA. No one was going to the moon. Everyone was hopeful they'd go back to the moon, but you know, it took another like 20 years before that's apparently happening. I think they're like going to the moon this year or something, or they were planning to. I don't know if that ever happened, but yeah, no, I was like really into like outer space and astronomy and all that kind of stuff. I went to like a space camp for a bit. We did a lot of like space stuff in science classes and various science camps that I went to. It was like a huge deal back then. It was the cool kind of science for the time. I don't know if like there's other sciences nowadays. You know, like the 90s was like all about dinosaurs. Early 2000s, space. I don't know what kind of science kids are into these days, but yeah, I'm sure it's probably something else now too. But it was all about space exploration as a kid. I'll tell you right now though, astronaut ice cream, don't listen to the internet. Shit sucks. You'd have better taste, you'd have a better time eating styrofoam because it's a better texture. Might as well just go chew on a piece of styrofoam. Or chalk. Or the both together. Still a better time than astronaut ice cream. I don't get the hype for it. Never did.
Hold it!
How powerful were the explosions? Well, the one on the main building wasn't strong enough to bring the place down. But the room it went off in was burned black. But thankfully, nobody was hurt. Due in large part, of course, to me stepping up to lead the evacuation. Wait, what were you doing there in the first place, Detective Fulbright? I'm Bobby Fulbright, hero of justice. I'll be there whenever and wherever people need my help. I'd go to the other side of the world or even the edge of the universe. I'm not sure he knows how far that actually is. But I guess I'll leave that one alone. Admirable decision, Justice Dono. Huh? What'd he decide? Anyway, could you describe what it was like at the Space Center at that time? The bomb cut the power onto the central bank of elevators in the third floor lounge. It was pitch black in there, I tell you. However, the security cameras and whatnot were running on emergency backup. And how'd the evacuation go? I immediately and heroically whisked people down to the Space Center's basement shelter. The basement shelter? Yeah, there's an emergency shelter beneath the Space Center. Emergency shelter, huh? Oh, here it is. It's at the bottom of the diagram. Space Center's pretty impressive to have its own shelter. What does Space Center need a shelter for? Well, you usually only have a shelter when you expect bombs to go off. Not because there's the chance that there's bombs going off. Why would you need a shelter? I don't think NASA has a bomb shelter. Power outage and evacuation seem unrelated to the murder at this point. I guess I'll leave that aside for now. So there are 2 explosions in total, correct? Yep, that's right. I've had plain ice cream before, it can't be worse than that. It is worse because you're still... Okay, the thing about astronaut ice cream, normal ice cream, doesn't matter even if it's not vanilla, even if it's just sugar, cream, and milk. That's still sugar, cream, and milk. Those 3 things are pretty delicious. Okay? Astronaut ice cream is a solid block. It is a block of, like, flavoring that kind of tastes like the one we had was Neapolitan, so it had vanilla, chocolate, and strawberry. There's like 3 strips pushed, connected together. The thing with it is the texture is like chalk. Biting into it is like chewing styrofoam. The texture ruins it. It has none of the liquid. There is barely any sugar. It does taste like strawberry. It does taste like chocolate, but it is the blandest chocolate and strawberry you have ever tasted, and the vanilla tasted like nothing. I would say it was worse than plain ice cream. Because again, plain ice cream, still milk, cream, and sugar. Whatever that was, there's no liquid. You got rid of the milk, you got rid of the cream. Maybe there was sugar in there. I really couldn't tell. But the texture and the taste on the tongue, like the feel of it on the tongue, just ruined any possibility of it tasting sweet. It was horrible. Worst thing in the world. I don't know why they gave it to us. I don't even know if the other kids liked it or not, but I could not finish it. It was a pretty big block too. Like, I don't know what I'd compare it to in terms of size, but it was a sizable thing. Like, I would say it's like 6 by 6 inches at least.
Hold it!
And yet, like, nowadays, I see people being like, oh man, astronaut ice cream's so good, I want astronaut ice cream. Unless they change the formula, which I really doubt, because this is the same shit that they give astronauts going up into space. And they have been doing it for like the last 30 plus years. No, it's not good. I don't know how anyone can think it's good. Unless these people unless it, you know what, it says more about them than me, because apparently if they're like an astronaut ice cream, they probably chew on styrofoam on a regular basis and think that's good. It's the only explanation. Let me get this straight. Mr. Starbuck rigged a rocket he was going aboard with explosives. Huh? What are you talking about? The defendant really did plant the bomb on his own rocket. He'd get caught in the explosion as well. Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Fine. Simpleton for a simpleton. Fulbright. The motive. Understood. The defendant actually had astrophobia. So he'd rather almost commit suicide than go up into space? This man, who's been in space supposedly countless times, has astrophobia and finally decided enough is enough. Astrophobia? What's that? A fear of space, naturally. Just the thought of space can cause the afflicted to freeze up. And so in his terror, the defendant found a way to stop the launch at the last minute. That's absurd. Unfortunately for you, we have evidence. Take a look at these. What are they? These anti-anxiety tablets are found among the defendant's possessions. Apparently he was taking them in secret to quell his fears. Why would you go to space like a dozen times, despite being scared of it? Why would you do that to yourself? He wanted to torture himself? Like, what was the point? I don't care if you have tablets, just don't go into that kind of career. I don't, like, if someone's afraid of heights, you don't see them working on like a fucking skyscraper. They go find a different job. There's a multitude of problems with the rocket Mr. Starbuck rode 7 years ago. Rumor has it threatened to crash a number of times as well. That was, of course, very traumatic for Mr. Starbuck. And don't go back to space! Go get a different job!
Objection!
That was 7 years ago! You had lots of time to decide. This seems ridiculous. I don't believe this for a second. But that doesn't mean he'd go so far as to blow up his own ship. That would make the problem worse. If he was scared of space because of the rocket exploding 7 years ago, why would you go and make the rocket deliberately explode again? Oh yeah, I'm gonna quell my fears of space by blowing up my own rocket. Yeah, that makes sense.
Silence.
Idiot. The Fennec couldn't bear to mar his own good name now, could he? No, not after the media had branded him sole Starbucks space pioneer extraordinaire. Just retire! Wouldn't be the first! Given these conditions, the Fennec could hardly run away like some base mutt. What, so that's why you think he resorted to the bombing? Naturally, he constructed this act of sabotage in an attempt to blow up the space center, which would effectively abort the launch, but spare his reputation. Ugh. It's stupid. I don't like it. I'm not arguing with that anymore. I'm sure you understand why we have to bring justice down on this atrocious criminal. We only knew the guy went to space once. They made the movie of the past lot. Did he only go to once? Wait, what? Oh, I don't even have a fucking profile tab. I thought he went to space like a couple of times. Did it say he only went once at the start? Yeah, they made a movie of the accident, sure, like Apollo 13. But I thought he went to space before that too. They only mentioned one trip. Okay, alright. I guess I misread. Fair enough then. But that was, again, 7 years ago. My point still stands. He only went to space once. It was a traumatic experience. Why the fuck would you go to space again 7 years later? I don't think anyone would have cared. You just like say, fuck it, I'm doing something else. I don't think anyone would have cared. What reputation does he have? Reputation of saving the spaceship and making it back? What is going to space again gonna do for you? He's not known for being up in space and doing cool things in space. He's known for almost making it back not alive. That's very different. Unless that starts happening on a regular basis and people start expecting that, he doesn't have a reputation. There is nothing to worry about there. He's no Neil Armstrong. He didn't go to the moon and walk on the moon. He's not known for cool shit. He's known for barely surviving and making it out of a terrible situation alive. Are you sure it was only the two of them? It was just before the spaceship was set to launch, so of course it was only those two. Well, there could have been somebody else inside that rocket.
Silence.
Yeah, there should be more than 2 people. Even like the moon landings had 3 people. We just don't talk about the third guy, because the third guy is up there in the ship that's orbiting the moon. You only talk about the 2 people. See, that's what I mean. The person up in the fucking rocket orbiting the moon, waiting for them to come back up, no one remembers him. They remember Neil and the other guy. His name Buzz Aldrin. They remember those 2, because they landed on the moon. They did the cool shit. That's what I mean. You only get remembered for doing cool shit, or you only get remembered for barely coming back alive. Nothing in between. So him going to space again, for whatever reason, unless he was going to do something really, really cool, 1, he shouldn't have a reputation, because he hasn't done that cool thing yet, and 2, his reputation is for something completely opposite and out of his control. So unless he does something extremely cool, if he's just going up there for like a routine experiment, or like to study something, no one's gonna care. He has no reputation. I don't know where this is coming from. Notion of a third party in Launchpad 1 is utterly absurd. Just to enter the area from the lounge, one must pass through a door guarded by a fingerprint recognition device. Allow me to state up front that there are precious few with the clearance to do so. A fingerprint recognition device? It sounds as futuristic and complex as a space center. My... what? Dude, they had space flights when you were a kid, Judge. How old are you? 300? Actually, it's not as amazing as you think, Yana. Take a look at this photo. Okay, actually, that does look kind of futuristic. It's the door in the lounge with the fingerprint lock. Only personnel whose fingerprints are registered can pass through. I see. That is very different from what I had in mind. And is there a record of the number of people that passed through that door yesterday? They had fingerprint devices. Yeah, exactly. They had fingerprint devices in the past games. They've had fingerprint devices since I was a kid. Hence why they were in the first game. Talking about futuristic. This judge has like the worst memory ever. I'll say my memory's bad. This judge doesn't even remember the fucking moon landings when he was a kid. Yes, there was only 3. The defendant, the victim, and the director of the Space Center, Yuri Cosmos. Really? Really? That's her name? Okay. I get the Cosmos part, but the Yuri? Really? Now it feels like Yoru. That'd be kind of cool. I could see that one. We couldn't have come up with a better name there, Capcom? Doesn't that mean it's possible that the director's the one who did it? Not a chance. He was in the main building when the bombs exploded at 9:28. Doing his job directing the launch. Besides having an alibi, he has no motive for committing these senseless acts. He has a point. Guess the director can't be considered a suspect then. Is that Japanese space pun? Okay, let me refresh my memory on what Yuri means, aside from the obvious that I'm sure everyone is thinking right now. Unless I'm missing something here. Because like Yoru would be like night. Yuri is just a generic name, as far as I'm aware. It's just a name. There's nothing like weird about it except for what we're all thinking. But I mean, the Cosmos is obvious. I don't want to look up the name in fear of like spoiling the case, but you could have like made a pun out of that. I feel like that's a bit lazy. You just had to change one character in that name and it would have been fine. So, it would appear that the pair barely escaped with their lives. In actuality, one of them had already been murdered inside the rocket. That's the angle the prosecution wants to push, correct? You got it. In fact, that's what I've been trying to say this whole time. If the victim had been alive, he would have for sure tried to stop the bombing. Is there any chance Mr. Terran could have been killed before he boarded the rocket? They were both alive and well at the boarding time and embarked under their own power. Their hearts full of hopes and dreams of space. And then both of their hopes and dreams were dashed. If I may continue my explanation, after the evacuation order was given, the defendant made his escape carrying the victim to make it look like a rescue. Maybe he should have removed the knife then, if he wanted to make it look like a rescue. And he was the first to find the victim. Actually, there were 2 of them. Space Center Director, Yuri Cosmos, and Detective Candace Arm. What if there was a detective? Yup, Detective Arm specializes in bombings, you see. She and the director were ordering the evacuation following the explosions. They were also worried about the astronauts, so they hurried over to the boarding lounge. That's when they discovered the victim along with the defendant. 2 witnesses, huh? And one of them's a detective. I doubt either one would have anything to say that would help me. I think that pretty much covers the details of this case. Only the victim and the defendant were on the launch pad for when the former was killed. If this is the truth, then only Mr. Sapa could have carried out this crime. What little I could get of him only hurt my case. Justice Dono. Foolish is the warrior who rushes headlong into battle. Preparation is an essential element of battle, so I advise you to take a gander at this. What is it? Footage from a security camera, as the 2 astronauts emerged from the bowels of the Launchpad 1 corridor. The boarding lounge security camera captured their desperate escape. Now, I would direct your attention to what the defendant is shouldering, which you can see is none other than the lifeless body of the victim. What? Now, maybe I'm just blind, but I don't see a knife in the victim. Order, I say. This lines up exactly with what the prosecution has been asserting. Now, what's the chances here that the person that is, like, hunched over in that shot is not the victim, and it's actually the defendant? And we have the roles reversed. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of, like, ways that this game has previously tried to mix things up here. Because, for one, I don't see any knives in the victim. How do we know that's the victim? What if that's the defendant? Should've known Blackwood would have something like this ready. Apollo, how exactly did they determine that Clay was already gone in that footage? Ah, I see what you mean. Whether Clay was still alive at that point is pretty crucial. Your Honor, please take another look at the footage. Is it possible Mr. Tarrant was still alive here and that Mr. Starbuck was helping him? Why, I believe you're right. One man carrying the other to safety. What a beautiful expression of friendship.
Silence.
Perhaps that's what it looks like to a one-eyed hothead and a dotard. But it only makes sense if the victim's dead body. What do you mean? Fulbright, explain to Justice Dono. You got it. Ready, kid? If the murder had occurred in the lounge, someone could have spotted it. Anyone can enter the lounge after all. But doing it while they were alone in the spaceship, that's a horse of a different color. That doesn't disprove anything. Could have doesn't mean they did. You can't deny this possibility the murder could have happened in the lounge. All that video shows is a man helping his fellow astronaut out.
Silence.
Your assertion is based on emotion. It's based on your belief that Mr. Starbuck would surely help his own disciple. But you have no logical explanation as to why the victim could still be alive. Unfortunately, Mr. Justice, the prosecution is right. Your argument is lacking in sound logic. But it sounded perfectly logical to me. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further objections, I believe it's time to bring this cross-examination to a close. Objections? Well, Your Honor, defense requests a little time to think and regroup. Given the facts, I'm not sure I see the need. What is it, Athena? It's just something that's been bothering me. If it isn't the defense stalling for time, as always. Very well. I'm feeling generous. You may have a smaller measure of time. Yes. You have 5 seconds. 5 seconds? After that, I declare this cross-examination be closed, and a verdict be rendered. Your boldness, raise your gavel high. It's time for a countdown. Not even 10, because it's, you know, space-themed? Ready? You don't have time. Spit it out, Athena. Only 3 more seconds. Look, I don't think the prosecution's explanation is very complete. Meaning? Meaning there's something missing. Like, they conveniently left it unexplained. Something they didn't explain. Something they didn't explain. You're right. I think I know what you're talking about. Your 5 seconds are up, Mr. Justice. Is there anything about the prosecution's argument that you'd like to rebuke? Yes, Your Honor. Actually, there is. There is something the prosecution has yet to make clear in this court. Well, if you put it that way, what is it that the prosecution has failed to explain? Why the body was moved? Yeah, why bring the body out? If this man was the murderer, and he was trying to, like, blow up the rocket, just leave it on the rocket? Let the bomb take care of the evidence. Who was gonna, like, think he murdered someone at that point? Oh, the bomb just, you know, it was a terrible accident. I got out free, but man, poor Clay. He just couldn't make it out in time. I couldn't save him. They failed to explain why Mr. Starbuck would bother bringing the body back at all. If the defendant wanted to kill the victim, why didn't he just leave his body in the rocket? Why go through the trouble of bringing him all the way back to the boarding lounge? Oh, that is true. I don't think we've heard the prosecution's thought on that yet. That's because they have none, Your Honor. After all, how does one explain something so illogical? It looks like he was saving him in that photo. Didn't look like he was dead yet. Why would you bring back a dead body like that? Especially if it had a knife sticking out of it, and there's a good chance everyone's gonna think you're the murderer. Prosecution is claiming that the defendant moved the victim's dead body. What if the entire premise of that argument is wrong? Let's hear your theory, Mr. Justice. Defense proposes that the defendant didn't kill the victim. He was helping him. I mean, that's pretty obvious that we would be taking that stance for even more obvious reasons. Fulbright, explain it to our sad friend here before I nod off on his monotone monologue. Inform him exactly why Spaceboy moved the victim. Huh? I gotta be joking. It's simple. Mr. Starbuck did what he did to direct the suspicion away from himself. He wanted to create the impression he heroically risked his life to save his partner. That's why he made sure to make it to the security camera so there'd be a record. At the very least, he appears to have achieved success with you and the old man. One man carrying the other to safety. What a beautiful expression of friendship. The average person wearing a spacesuit weighs easily over 200 pounds. Saving the life of a partner who weighs as much while trying to escape deadly flames. What a dramatic sob story fit for the silver screen. Indeed, I was completely taken in by the humanity of the story. You see, yet the true ending is all that traces of his hammy act were meant to be blown up. Yes, and now we arrive at the thrilling conclusion. The third explosion. I'm sorry, the third explosion? What are you talking about? There was no third explosion. Indeed, you are correct. But that is thanks to Detective On. It was she who identified and secured the bomb. However, it doesn't change the fact that the third bomb was discovered in the lounge. A steel coffin beside the witness stand. That would be a bomb transport case. We used that to transport deactivated bomb here. It was found in the lounge. A bomb in the form of a most distasteful toy. On the second floor of the main building. One on the launch pad and one in the lounge. The defendant planned to set off 3 firework displays. Fortunately, the third was discovered before it could be detonated. Or had it not, then the victim's body and other vital evidence would surely have been immolated.
Objection!
Yeah. Before you utter a word, know that the evidence supports me. Ugh. It's like he's reading my mind. As it's still undergoing forensic investigation, I do not have the evidence on hand. However, know that a peculiar item was found in one of Mr. Starbuck's pockets. Specifically, a bomb detonation switch. Well, shit. That's not good. Oh, is 200 pounds highlighted? Probably because, like, I mean, 200 pounds is pretty heavy. You go and lift 200 pounds over your head. See how that goes. I couldn't do it. Shouldering someone, yeah, I mean, if they're, like, not dead. See, okay, here's the thing. Again, and the weight really adds credence to this. If that person was dead and he was, like, trying to shoulder him, he couldn't have been dead yet. Even if he was in the process of dying, he couldn't have been that dead. Because you shoulder 200 pounds, you're going to be dragging that shit all the way down the hall. That's not easy. Especially if your spacesuit also weighs a shit ton of weight. And then you're also adding another body with another spacesuit on top of that. That's also going to be very heavy. That guy couldn't have been dead. That's just, I don't see that being possible. You have to be physically fit to go into space, yes. You don't have to be a bodybuilder, though. You don't have to be able to bench 200 fucking pounds. The suspected defendant had no time to destroy such damning evidence. When the Space Center director, Detective Arms, stumbled across the murder. So he thought to hide it in his pocket. Feeble brain that he is. Ugh. No, Mr. Starbuck would never do anything like that. Oh shit, Apollo's dead. Justice, Dodo. Open your eyes and see the truth. This appears to be irrefutable evidence that the accused set off the explosions. No, there has to be some kind of mistake. This can't be the truth. Still can't accept it. You'll believe in your client, come what may. Then why don't you cross-examine the defendant himself? This has gotta be a trap. It's like Blackwell's controlling the entire game. Yeah, seemed like he was waiting for me to bring up the body moving issue. Why do you say that? He had just the right argument when I pointed it out. To really rub it in, he had a decisive piece of evidence up his sleeve too. He was trying to shake my faith in Mr. Starbuck and break me down. Then, make you cross-examine Mr. Starbuck at this point was part of his plan too? Totally underhanded, but I wouldn't expect anything less from him. Now, let us hear from the arch-villain, the fiendish murderer himself, famed astronaut Solomon Starbuck. I feel like being an astrophobe would disqualify you from being an astronaut. I mean, I don't know if it should, like, it would disqualify you, but the thing about going to space is you do have to be mentally sound. It is a dangerous place to go to. You're up there, virtually alone, maybe a couple other people around, but, like, you cannot in any way be mentally unstable. And I would imagine that includes irrational fears of space. So, well, you know, if they ask you if you're afraid of space and you say yes, they're not going to disregard your application, so to speak, of being an astronaut right away. It's not going to be a good look, though. But you do have to be mentally in both body and mind, sound in both body and mind, to go up in space. So it's not helping. If you're taking, like, anxiety pills, that's a pretty big red flag, I would think. And he probably did develop it after the first launch, yeah. I would imagine. That's what they were saying earlier. It's like he probably got scared because of the explosion. You know, the not Apollo 13 accident. Still, though, I'm surprised they let him go for a second time then if he was taking anxiety pills to help him with his space phobia. Which makes me think he probably wasn't taking anxiety pills for space phobia. It was probably for something else. Like, do we know for absolute certain that the pills were for that? We don't even have pills as evidence, so forget it. Witness, your name and occupation, please. Solomon Starbuck. Astronaut. How did this happen? Mr. Starbuck, you aren't looking very well. Will you be able to give testimony? No. Well, unfortunately, no is not an option. You are being accused of the Space Center bombing and the murder of Clay Terran. And please testify to these allegations. Mind if I take this suit off? It's getting really heavy. Why were you wearing it in the first place? Like, holy shit, man.
Silence.
It's not the weight of the suit that you feel, but of your sins. No, I think it is the suit, Black Quill. Just because you can go around breaking titanium handcuffs on a daily basis, probably don't have any problem wearing a suit like that around town. Doesn't mean everyone is, okay? Prepare to carry that weight for the rest of your life. No can be an option, but I'm pretty sure that they would use that, you know, it would be noted, and it's probably not necessarily a good look that the accused is saying no to testifying. To some degree. I mean, the thing is, legally, you're not required to give self-incriminating testimony. So, if he is guilty, no, he really doesn't have to testify if he doesn't want to. Banish me to the moon. I don't care anymore. That was super negative. Is he gonna be alright up there? He'll be fine, I think. As long as he doesn't totally give up and say he did it, that is. You wouldn't be going to court in a spacesuit anyways. You'd be going to court in some nice clothes, maybe a suit, something comfortable. You're not going to court in a spacesuit unless the spacesuit and you wearing it is somehow directly relevant to the case itself. Like, I can't think of a good example, but if you wearing a spacesuit is, like, important to figuring out if you did something or not. Like, maybe he doesn't fit the spacesuit or something. It only goes on halfway. Hint, hint. All I did was support Clay over my shoulder and get us out of the rocket. Like always, I took the elevator down to the middle level and headed for the corridor. Clay had passed out by the time we got to the order to evacuate. I didn't kill Clay. I was trying to save him. So you assert you didn't set off the bombs or murder the victim? But I think bet you think I'm lying, right? I reserve all judgment till after I've heard your full testimony. I'm sure you don't believe me. I bet you don't even believe I'm an astronaut. Yeah, no, they just let anyone buy one of those suits from the local Dollarama down the street. I don't think the judge doubts that. Who wears a suit like that except an astronaut? I will say that when I saw you in that movie, you appeared quite courageous, though I suppose reality never quite lives up to the fantasy. Probably wasn't even him in the movie. Guess I'm just a big disappointment. I really don't care what happens anymore. Oh no, he's completely given up. What a depressing fellow. If you were to join me in the clink, I imagine that annoying sign of yours would rub off on the other inmates. I don't think it'd rub off on him. I think they'd rub him out. I think I would have rubbed off on Prosecutor Blackwell a second ago. Huh? That was Blackwell's sign? Mr. Starbuck's testimony contains a glaring contradiction. Question is, what does it mean? Even if Mr. Starbuck's my client, I can't be gun-shy now. Time to find out the truth. Shouldn't be blood in his suit if he was the one that did when he did it in? I mean, would there be necessarily? I don't know. The suit is pretty thick. I feel like there wouldn't be a lot of room for splashback on the suit. Like, yeah, it's thinner than, like, the big white suits that they wear outside, but it's still thick, and it's covering a lot of stuff. I don't know. Yeah, it was soaked through in the picture, but I feel like there wouldn't necessarily be any blood on his suit. I could see it. I would be able to believe that his suit stayed clean if he stabbed him. Get the blood splay out. We need to use it last case. Yeah, you would. We could just we could solve this right now if we just sprayed a little luminol on him, right? So what you're saying is that the victim was still alive at the time? Of course. He was alive and well.
Silence.
If so, then you admit you took a man who was alive and well and silenced him permanently with this? What? No. Black hole confirmed. Dead ahead. It's no good, Captain. I'm getting sucked in.
Objection!
Mr. Starbuck, you are not in space. Please give your testimony seriously. It was just nerves, but maybe I should have said he was alive and well. It was more like he was slumped over. It was a completely opposite ends of the spectrum.
Hold it!
Is that the elevator inside the launch pad area? That's right. We always use it to get to and from the cockpit. That makes sense. So he was just using the route he always used. In spite of the fact that there had just been an explosion. Huh? Usually when there's a fire, you don't take elevators. I mean, I don't know how localized the explosion was, but that does make sense. Wouldn't normally take an elevator during the fire. I think Mr. Starbuck is hiding something. Something pretty big.
Hold it!
Passed out. Why was he passed out? Probably because of the explosion. Noise and vibration were incredible. It's little wonder a person would pass out, right? I guess. Not that I'd know. I've been hit by space debris. The main engine's on fire. It's gonna blow. Ah! Okay, this guy needs to get it to fucking together so we can get through this trial and prove him innocent. Yes, I see. I guess it does make sense that someone would pass out, especially if the person in question is Mr. Starbuck. Anyway.
Hold it!
Don't worry, I understand. I'll make sure everything turns out all right. But everyone's glaring at me like I did it. Although, you have to reassure him better than that. How am I supposed to do that? Try to imagine how he's feeling and use that to figure out how to boost his confidence. Mr. Starbuck, think back to what Clay used to always say. It's times like these when he would repeat, "I'm fine," to himself. I'm fine? Yeah, I guess he did say that a lot. But even if I showed it, Clay will still be dead. What's the use? Somebody please reassure me now? Although, something's changed about Mr. Starbuck's testimony. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. It's a glaring contradiction. I just wonder why it's there and what it means for our case. Well, it doesn't look like he's lying, at least. Guess I'll have to show some evidence. Alright, all I did was support clear my shoulder and get out the rockets. Yep, security footage would corroborate that. But always, I took the elevator down to the middle level and headed for the corridor. Okay. The middle level. I mean, it kind of looks like the middle level. Certainly is the middle level. It says it's the middle level. Why would you use the ladder, though, in an emergency? Well, actually, okay, hang on. How would you use the ladder if you're shouldering a person? Okay. They had passed out by the time we got the order to evacuate. Isn't this the one Apollo was like, wait, this sounds suspicious? I mean, yeah, you wouldn't use an elevator because of the fire. That's usually a big no-no. But if the person that you're shouldering, you know, if someone's with you and you have to shoulder them, how the fuck are you using a ladder? Because if your options are elevator or ladder, you're not using a ladder when you're carrying a 200-pound weight. So you kind of have to use the elevator. So I'm not really sure what we're getting at here. It passed out by the time we got ordered to evacuate. Okay. Police officers and Wright police gave evacuation instructions immediately. There was a power outage and the affected areas remained dark. Oh, how would you use an elevator if the power's out? Security system switched over to emergency power and continued to work. So security was on, but everything else was not. Well, wait, okay, hang on. How did everyone get to the shelter in the basement if the power was out and the elevators were off? So am I wrong in thinking the elevator was disabled? Or is it because they were already on the middle level? No, he took the elevator down to the middle level and headed for the corridor. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, on a normal day, that would make sense because the upper level is where you'd get to the cockpit. So you'd have to go down to get to the corridor. But are we that implying that the power is out and therefore taking the elevator is impossible? Explosion sparked a fire on the second floor of the main building, the middle level of the launch pad near the elevator. The explosions would have prevented it.
Objection!
You were taking the elevator straight into the explosion. Or where the fire is. Mr. Starbuck, I need your testimony to be as accurate as possible. Was I not being accurate? No, because it's impossible for you to have taken the elevator down to the middle level. What makes you say that, Mr. Justice? Please recall where the bomb went off in Launchpad 1. Also recall that after the explosion, the middle level elevator was engulfed in flames. Oh, you're right, which means... Exactly. Launchpad's elevator would have been unusable. In other words... Mr. Starbuck, your statement is decidedly inconsistent with the facts. In layman's terms, you're lying. What's with the helmet? Mission Control. Mission Command. Do you read me? Come in, please.
Objection!
This is Mission Command. I order you to pay attention. Stop this nonsense and answer my questions, Mr. Starbuck. My helmet. What the fuck? This man is hopeless. Oxygen concentration and body temperature declining. Requesting medical assistance. Can we please get him out of that suit? Fucking drama queen over here. Mr. Starbuck, we are not in space right now. Please stop pretending you have lost consciousness and stand back up. I apologize, Your Honor. Forgot I was still on Earth. How do you forget something like that? I feel like we all just got a real glimpse of Solomon Starbuck at the astronaut. Yeah, he seemed more like an astronaut now than when he was doing all that sighing. I think you just plead insanity and get out with lesser charges. But, come on, okay. Let's think about this for a second, though. It's a Phoenix Wright game. We know he's innocent. If we got him on an insanity plea, he'd still be charged for murder. Murder that he didn't do. It's fine, okay? We'll bear it, you know, and just live with it. This guy's crazy. But assuming he's not a killer, I think it's worth seeing this through. Mr. Starbuck, could you please explain the inconsistency in your statement about how you used a middle-level elevator? I was nervous and I said the wrong thing. I'm sorry. I actually took a different route, I think. A different route? I hope you're able to deliver a straight story this time. I'll get it right this time. Maybe. No, I mean, probably. Probably. It's understandable to be nervous, but let me remind you, accuracy is paramount in court. Prefer at this point, this guy's so annoying. Yeah, I'm not really liking this guy either, to be honest. Let's see. My escape route. What I said before was a mistake. I remember now. I took a different route. Maybe. Probably. With the capsule and clay in my arms, I made my way down from the upper level. So you're saying you escaped without using the elevator? That's right. There's a ladder that spans the upper and middle levels. I used that ladder to get to the middle level. I can't wait to see him explain this one. We all know what the problem is here. Luckily, the fire hadn't reached the ladder, so we could make our escape that way. Right? We all understand what the issue is with that statement. And the capsule you mentioned, I suppose you mean the thing next to Mr. Terran here? Was the capsule that important that you'd risk your life to take it with you? It almost goes without saying, but yeah. That capsule contains asteroid samples, and therefore it's invaluable as research material. With his spacesuit enclave weighed a ton, but securing the capsule was also important. Need you to answer to the best of your ability. Mr. Starbuck, please remember that your verdict is riding on your testimony. Maybe I am guilty after all. What if you could see the stars in prison? That's more comfortable than a spaceship. Actually, that's a good question. What is more comfortable? A spaceship or prison? Because spaceships, they're not the most comfortable places in the world, but like being stuck in a floating metal box in space or being stuck in a not floating cement block box, not in space. What is the difference?
Hold it!
How could you mistake such a basic fact? Hey, everybody makes mistakes, but try thinking about the vastness of space instead. From Earth, it takes 4 light years to travel to our nearest neighboring star. So you see, compared to the vast expanse of space, human error is insignificant. That doesn't answer anything! I wish you just considered it a little more significant than 0. What is it with the defendants, like, doing nothing to assist their lawyers in getting them out of their crimes? Like, they're always innocent, and yet they do everything possible to make them sound not innocent. Enough jabbering. Get on with your testimony.
Hold it!
Maybe. Probably. Did I hear you right, Mr. Starbuck? I didn't say any of those things. Mission Control. Come in, please. An error has occurred in the sound system. Activate the emergency tin can telephone. Oh no! Tin can telephones are ineffective in the vacuum of space!
Silence!
Stop this nonsense or I'll sever you and your tin can telephone. All right, I beg you. I'll tell the truth. Just don't sever anything. Hello, is he gonna be all right? I'm starting to think he's not. Let's see. So about when we were running away.
Hold it!
The upper level of the launch pad area. That's right. That's what I said, isn't it? Granted, that route does exist. So to recap, you had clay over your right shoulder and the capsule in your left hand? Yeah, it's really important, so I couldn't let it get burned up. So even though clay was really heavy, I couldn't afford to carry him with both hands. I did the best I could with him over one shoulder and the capsule in my other hand. I don't think the meaning of what you just said has hit him yet. You know what you have to do with that statement. Justice Dono. Yes, I know. Well, I've come this far, no turning back now. It's time to present some evidence. So Mr. Starbuck escaped with clay and the capsule, which means... It's just like in the footage. I can see why he couldn't run, though. He must have weighed over 200 pounds just by himself. Yeah, and he had to support Clay, who was another 200 pounds. Plus he had to ensure the safety of that capsule. I don't think I could have walked under those circumstances. Long and straightforward is probably about all I would have been able to manage. Wow, only 3 statements. Holy shit, we're speedrunning this shit. So what do we want to present here? Is it this? Because it's showing it's a ladder?
Objection!
And usually you need a little something to climb a ladder called arms and hands. Mrs. Starbuck, why don't you just tell the truth? The truth? Let's see. The Earth is blue? No, that's not right. So I guess the Earth isn't blue? Yeah, that's it. The truth, Mr. Starbuck. The oxygen concentration is super low in this area. Prepare the emergency oxygen tanks. Mr. Justice, the witness appears confused. Please help draw out the truth from him. Mr. Starbuck, under circumstances at the time, you couldn't possibly have reached the boarding lounge via the upper level route. Huh? Not as long as this was you along the escape route.
Take that!
To get down from the upper to the middle level where the Launchpad 1 corridor is, you would have had to go down the ladder. Isn't that right, Mr. Starbuck? Well, of course. That was the only way we could escape.
Objection!
But how would that work? At the time, you were supporting Mr. Terran over your shoulder, were you not? And remember, he was in full space gear as well, putting him at over 200 pounds. Well, it's easy on the moon. Gravity is only 1/6 of what it is on Earth.
Objection!
I fucking... God, oh, this man is insufferable. The Space Center is located on Earth. Sure, being an octopus climbing a ladder with an adult male at space gear in one arm, while carrying the capsule in your other arm is impossible, would you say? Oh. So, Mr. Starbuck, how exactly did you climb down that ladder with your arms full? Mr. Starbuck, come clean and tell us the truth. Now. So use it as an excuse! The engineer! Where's that engineer? Oxygen leak detected due to faulty maintenance. How the fuck? What the? He's flying the coop. Help! I am caught on the ceiling. Help? Anyone? Bailiff, prepare the cherry picker. We must launch our rescue mission at once. That's one way to take off while being questioned. I'd rather prove his innocence so he can go to space again someday for real. Oh my fucking god, are we done with this guy yet? Houston, we have a major problem here. Now then, Mr. Starbuck, do you think you can keep your feet planted on the ground? Yes. I apologize for losing control. Are you ready to tell us the truth? Maybe we should just stop using that word. He clearly doesn't like it. Not that. Anything but that. What is going on? This isn't the Mr. Starbuck I know. It appears Space Boy is prone to deception. Witness! Yikes! Yes? I thought your story odd. Perhaps the inconsistencies can be explained as the result of a medical side effect? Prosecutor Blackwell, please don't talk about that. What are you talking about, Prosecutor Blackwell? Didn't I already state that Space Boy is ironically terrified of going into space? That's why he took some precautions just before the launch. For you see, traces of this anti-anxiety drug were found in his system. Oh? I sense things are about to nosedive. You got it all wrong. I told him during the investigation too. I don't know anything about any drugs. I never took any medication, I swear. It's found in his system, but he doesn't remember taking it? How could that be? Somebody must have slipped them to me. Well, I guess that's maybe why I don't remember. Because of the side effects. Yeah, that's why I don't remember much about what really happened. Oh, is that what we're going with now? Is that the running theory all of a sudden? Order in the court. Can't get any useful testimony out of him if he doesn't remember anything. Well, this certainly explains why his testimony kept changing. Ugh. Why didn't he just tell me he couldn't remember? I guess he didn't want anybody to find out he was terrified of going into space. Maybe I really did do it. Which brings us to the answer of our original question of how the witness climbed down the ladder with a dead body. It does? So what is it? A dead man feels no pain and makes no complaints, Justice Dono. Yeah, just throw the body down the ladder. So the body was simply dropped down from the top of the ladder. Oh my, I see. And then the defendant could climb down with his free hand.
Objection!
So yeah, further going back to the idea that he was already dead and not alive when the security camera took the photo. Drop the body down? Who would do such a disrespectful thing? Besides, dropping the body down would leave marks on the body itself. Well, the second part is true. We're talking about a murderer here. I don't think murderers really give a shit about human life to begin with. Like, you really think that after killing someone, a murderer is going to take the utmost care to preserve the body? No, they're not gonna give a shit. That's not what they're there for. But yeah, there would have been, if it was dropped down, there would very likely have been evidence of that. Every other time a body has been tossed out a window in this series, there is usually something to denote it. Usually some sort of blunt force trauma is how it usually goes. So you're capable of quick thinking. Yes, you are correct. Really? Oh, thanks. Murders don't care about human life. That's just a knife found in kitchen. I'm just saying that, like, if someone goes to the trouble of killing someone, I don't think they're going to give a shit about how preserved the body is because they hate the person. If anything, dropping them is going to be satisfying. They're going to love it. Huh? What's this? It's the oxygen tank from the victim's spacesuit. It's ruptured, and I'm sure you can figure out why. You can't be implying it ruptured when the defendant dropped the victim's body. And you're telling me that's the only damage? Then, okay, where's the autopsy report? Do we have one of those? Stabbing. The victim was discovered in the third floor boarding lounge in the main building. Where's the blunt force trauma from the fall then? I am, for they fracture easily when struck. Okay, struck. But it wasn't dropped necessarily. Even that's true, the tank's explosion and shrapnel would leave its marks on the body. Yet according to the autopsy report, only the knife wound was found on the victim's body. You're clearly grasping at straws with this line of reasoning.
Silence.
Spacesuit isn't heavy for the sake of being heavy, Justice Dono. It includes the latest technological devices and is made of the fabric of tomorrow. This fabric is made to protect astronauts from the dangers of space. So only a few Earth yards would hardly leave a mark on the wearer. Yes, it would. Yes, it fucking would. That's not how spacesuits work. They're designed to protect you from space. You know what's not happening in space? You falling. They're not designed to protect you from falls. What the fuck? Where's this coming from? Holy shit. Black was a fucking idiot.
Objection!
No, falling a few Earth yards would definitely leave a mark on its wearer. There's a huge difference in, like, getting battered in space and, like, knocking into, say, the rocket or something when you're doing a spacewalk than falling a few yards on Earth. And you know what? Even in space, say you're on the moon or something, those things are fragile as fuck. You will, if you're not careful, you could rip your suit on, like, a rock or something. Maybe nowadays they do have better suits. Probably. We haven't been to the moon in a while, to be fair. But that was a real danger. Those things can get fucked on rocks. They're not impervious to everything. Should it be possible to stab someone through it as well? It should, and yet those sheer coincidence. The knife slipped through a weak spot in the suit structure and found its way to its target. No, they'd be very easily stabbed. It's just fabric. This is like when someone says, oh, it's a bulletproof vest. It means that the person wearing it is invincible. No. Guess what else beats a bulletproof vest? A knife. What are the chances? Pretty fucking high. You forget that our killer is an astronaut himself with knowledge of how the suits work. I can't believe we're going through this line of reasoning. He's got me there. And now my argument has been proven. Spaceboy killed the victim in the rocket and then dropped his body from the upper level. After climbing down, he shouldered the body and made sure the camera recorded them. Look, I was getting dumber each time he kissed his phone. It's fucking contagious. Okay, can we get him to kiss like Gumshoe or something? Where is he these days? Because I feel like Gumshoe is somehow the smarter person. Gumshoe is like a bumbling idiot, but he's like a smart bumbling idiot. Wright's just like too one-track minded for anything. There's no room to debate about these facts. It is clear that Solomon Starbuck is the only one who could have killed Clay Terran. I don't like where this case is going. This case is getting dangerously close to turnabout Big Top territory with its logic. I'm not liking that. Here, the report regarding the astronauts' oxygen tanks. Consider it my send-off gift. Like, it's fine. They're explaining their logic at the very least. That's one thing that Big Top did not do. They're at least explaining their logic, so at the very least, at the end of the day, it is consistent. Even if that logic is ridiculous and doesn't make any sense compared to the real world, I get that this is not the real world. I get that there's things in here that clearly differ. We don't have possession of ghosts in the real world. But usually Phoenix Wright puzzles assume some basic common sense of real world mechanics and physics and everything for the most part. And most of the time they expect you to understand that stuff. So I at least appreciate that they're explaining when it differs so that you understand and don't get lost. But there's no reason for that to be the case here. This feels like a stretch. But the fact that they explain it makes it still better than Turnabout Big Top. Victim's tank was ruptured with 0% left. Defense had 80%. Remaining oxygen is displayed on the left shoulder. Why was it not at 100%? Why were they breathing oxygen for? Why were they huffing the oxygen fumes while in a rocket on Earth? Maybe he used it to get out of the fire, I guess. Alright, I would understand. If he was using his oxygen tank to survive the fire. Hey, this report is pretty detailed. Swing on the oxygen in its left shoulder indicates the oxygen remaining. After the incident, the victim's left tank was ruptured, and the remaining oxygen was 0%. The tank belonging to Starbuck, who claims to have carried the victim, said it was 80% full. Tanks were functioning properly at the time. Let's see. Display on the astronaut's left shoulder shows the oxygen remaining. I guess that means these glowing sign digits represent the amount of oxygen in the tank. That's not an 8. I'm done for. I'm in a prison instead of space. Space boy. Yes? Take heart. The bejeweled night sky is still beautiful even when viewed through bars. You mean the stars are seen from prison? That's right. Your cell will be your spaceship. Picture the view through the iron bars. It's like being an astronaut of your own craft for all time. That's not a half-bad thought. Mr. Starbuck? Rescue Blackwell got him good. Spaceship prison cell. Fly me, my guilt, and my despair into the deepest, darkest space. And then, let's get sucked into a black hole together.
Objection!
This man's like fucking suicidal. Maybe he did set off the bomb. Mr. Starbuck, you can't give up hope. Oh. Yes, Apollo? You know, Clay really looked up to you. He said you're an incredible man. He said you'd never give up your dreams and passion for space no matter the situation. He said that? So don't give up and now and help me prove your innocence. For the sake of the man who respected you and believed in you, Clay Terran. See how writers looked up how astronaut suits are made or work or anything about these things. They still did better than whoever wrote fucking Turnabout Big Top because they Apparently whoever wrote that one failed to look up how physics worked. And just assumed that everyone knew that's how physics worked. For Clay. You're wasting your breath. Ah. Wow, he's pumped all of a sudden. I guess we fixed him. Good. Now you mind explaining the truth? Apollo, thank you. I can see things clearly now. Mr. Starbuck, I'm fine now. Thanks for reminding me of my life's mission. Right. We'll both be fine. I'll prove you're innocent. You'll see. And after that, we'll get you back into space. Ignite the booster rockets, my soul. I'm on fire. I am Solomon Starbuck, astronaut, a cosmic hero chosen by the universe itself. It's no time to be whimpering and crying. I can't let you and Clay down. Balderdash. The sun, the moon, and all of space is calling me. Solomon Soul Starbuck. Ready for launch. Begin the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2. Lift off. Doesn't even need a rocket. He can fly in his own propulsion. Well, I feel like I've witnessed an actual rocket launch. Oh, you did it. You brought Prosecutor Blackwell's grip over Mr. Starbuck. I can't take the credit. It was all Mr. Starbuck. He pulled himself through. You simpletons are done massaging one another's egos. No matter how positive your mood, my advantage remains unshakable. I have but to wait for the final guilty verdict. Isn't that right, your baldness? Gah, I can't let up now. I have to stop Blackwell. I have to see this through. Mr. Starbuck just has to make it back into space. I won't allow Clay's dream to remain unfulfilled. I've got to destroy Blackwell's argument somehow. Think, Justice. Think. The only people at the launch pad 1 were Clay and Mr. Starbuck. And if Clay was already dead by the time this footage was taken, and the only person who could have killed him is Mr. Starbuck. So the only way to counter Blackwell's argument is if I could prove that Clay was still alive when they arrived at the boarding lounge. In which case, I should be able to find some contradiction in the evidence itself. Now let's see. About this data we just received. It supposedly proves that Mr. Starbuck dropped Clay's body at Launchpad 1. If I'm going to prove that false, there must be something I can use here. Enough of this farce, your baldness. Let's have your verdict.
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell seem to be in quite a hurry to rush the verdict. But about this oxygen tank data you submitted just now, it says that Mr. Starbuck's tank had 80% remaining while Mr. Terrence had 0. Do you stand by that accuracy of this report? Of course. Then I guess it simply means that it's faulty, as evidence goes. You will explain what you mean, Justice Dono. It's simple. This evidence contradicts the facts of this case. Take a look here at the detailed description and you'll see what I mean. I hope you have some evidence, Mr. Justice, because I don't see what's so contradictory. Yes, Your Honor. Right away. This is the evidence that the oxygen tank report stands in contradiction to. Oh, yeah, it's the disc.
Take that!
And how does this evidence present a contradiction? I present this part here.
Take that!
No the remaining oxygen in Mr. Starbuck's tank as he carries Mr. Terran. It appears to say 50. Yes, but according to the data, our client's tank had 80% remaining. Oxygen in this tank increased? I see Your Honor finds it strange as I do. It's bad enough that there's a contradiction, but the increase in oxygen is beyond illogical. Oh my, you're absolutely right. What is going on here?
Silence!
I'm telling you, Clay's the one shouldering Salmon here. It's not the other way around. Solomon wasn't carrying Clay. Clay was carrying Solomon. I bet you that's it. I too find it odd that the oxygen remaining has increased. It'd be as odd as if my rations were to increase. But what does that prove? Doesn't change the fact that it is the defendant carrying the victim's corpse.
Objection!
I'm gonna bet you don't get more rations because you don't abide by the rules. Either way, the oxygen remaining should increase, just as your rations don't increase. Therefore, this new information is critical. We can't overlook it.
Silence.
Not gonna lie, when the judge said, "How does this contradict the evidence?" I thought it was a fail state. I could see that. I was too confident, though. I knew it couldn't be. I would have been shocked if that was the wrong answer. In that case, you have an answer to this riddle of the mysteriously increasing oxygen. You better not disappoint, or I'll declare the inconsistency as a mere equipment malfunction. Then why wasn't that in the report if it malfunctioned? Can I throw the paper at him again? Because it clearly says that the equipment wasn't malfunctioning. Prosecutor Blackwell's a point. I suppose it could be a simple malfunction. And Mr. Justice, if you cannot provide an adequate counter-argument to this point, I'm afraid I must bring this trial to an end. So, do you think you can explain why the remaining oxygen level increased? Of course I can. The thing to do at a time like this is turn my thinking around. Mr. Starbuck has no memory of it, but he claims to have carried Clay. So this man with the 50 on his tank ought to be Mr. Starbuck. But, if anything, display in this oxygen tank should have shown an 80. There's a clear contradiction between the report and the security footage. So what I should be asking is not, why did the oxygen level increase? But, what had to have happened to make it look like it increased? Am I making some kind of mistake in my base assumptions here? Well, Mr. Justice, we're waiting. Yes, Your Honor. I'm ready to answer. This is why the remaining oxygen appears to have increased. What if it was the other way around? The other way around? Would you care to explain, Mr. Justice? As you can see, Your Honor, both men had their helmets on in this footage. But it turns out, this is where our base assumptions went astray. We assumed that it was Mr. Starbuck helping Mr. Terran. But it was the other way around. It wasn't Mr. Starbuck helping Mr. Terran at all. It was Mr. Terran who was helping Mr. Starbuck to the boarding lounge. Now, I would say that this was a predictable outcome, because in a isolated environment, I don't think it really was. I only thought of this having played now, like, how many cases? 5, 9, 14? A lot of cases in Phoenix Wright. It's the only reason I came to that possibility. Because it's hardly the first time they pulled it, and I sure won't be the last. So I'm not blaming the case for this one. Order! Mr. Justice, you mean to tell me that the person on the right in this image is the victim, Clay Terran? It's the only way that the riddle of the increasing oxygen level can be solved, Your Honor. By this point in time, the remaining oxygen in the victim's tank was at 50%. And when the victim was found in the boarding lounge, his tank was at 0%. Because that's when it got severed. Because someone stabbed him. We don't see the other oxygen, right? Yeah, we don't see this one. This one could have easily said 80. But we can't see it in this photo. That's right. There's nothing contradictory about the oxygen level decreasing. This means that Mr. Terran was alive as they made their escape in the lounge. I'm guessing that this bomb is going to explode in like 15 minutes. I feel like we're really close to this bomb going off. And then, like, cutting to case 1. Yeah, meta-wise, insanely predictable. Like, 100%. But if this was, like, your first Phoenix Wright case, or, like, even your first Phoenix Wright game, I don't have any problems with it. I don't think this is, like... the case is not that fault here. They're just... You know, it's just the... There's only so many, like, crazy... out-of-pocket twists you can do in a situation like this, right? And there's always got to be something. It's not a Phoenix Wright case unless there is some twist. And in a situation like this, when it's like the faces are occluded, we're not, if there's even just a hint at uncertainty as to who is who, you know what's coming because they've done it before. And maybe there could be an argument made for like, oh, well, they're doing it again. But this is like the 4th time they've done it. This is hardly the 1st or 2nd. It's just a thing that they do at this point. So it's fine. And, you know, this is early into the case. I almost feel like they wanted you to be able to figure that out. This isn't meant to be the big case-ending twist. So there's probably going to be something else that I won't be able to predict. You know, it happened a lot with the previous case. We had like 5 twists in the first day alone that were insane. And we had more in the second day. And it still managed to, like, keep me guessing until almost the end. It means Mr. Terran was alive as they made their escape into the lounge. How short your memory is. Have you forgotten what you yourself proposed? Even if the victim was alive at this point in time. How did he descend the ladder with his arms full?
Objection!
There's a question as if the Wright should account for people playing other games. I think they do sometimes. I think they definitely, like I said, like here, it works for both ways. Because on one hand, it makes the experienced Phoenix Wright veteran feel smart for figuring it out. But they also know it's early into the case, so they probably expect it to almost be figured out. And for a new player, it's like it's a nice little twist regardless. Like, it works out that way. I think it does account for people who have played the other games in that case. Because it's like, they know it's meant to be early on. It's not meant to be a big, earth-shattering thing. It just makes sense. Rescuer Blackwell, you can't hurt me with a broken blade. Excuse me? It's true that we don't know how they got down the ladder. I suppose that matter needs further investigating. We have proven that Mr. Terran was alive when he reached the boarding lounge. This fact alone shatters your claims. It opens up the possibility that the victim could have been killed by a third party. Yeah, I feel like I'm here expecting this case to somehow top the previous case, but let's be real, the last case was an anomaly. I don't expect this one to have like 13, 15, 20,000 different twists to it every 5 seconds or something to somehow outdo the previous one. That one was insane. And I don't expect that again for a while. At least not until maybe case 5. That's when we really get all the big reveals. Anyways. There are 2 people that claim to be the first on the scene. But can we truly trust their statements? Let's see. 2 people were Detective Candace Arm and Yuri Cosmos, right? You think that one of them might have given a false statement to the police? Yeah, it's certainly possible. Might have to do a little more digging. Oh shit, is this when we find out? Because, like, Candace was dead by the time we did case 1, because that's the only other time we've heard that name. Is this when we find out Candace was, like, some terrible police detective and was actually, like some shady detective? Corrupt officer? Seems we'll have to hear the testimony of these first 2 people on the scene. Score. Come to think of it, Detective Arm should be here in court right now. Bailiff, could you please show Detective Arm to the stand? It's you. I have an announcement, everyone. What is the meaning of this? We're in the middle of a trial here. But please remain calm and listen carefully. Someone has reactivated the bomb. The bomb was defused, but it's about to explode. Explode? A bomb? Now? Everybody, run! I don't want to die. Oh no, everybody's panicking.
Silence.
Headless chickens with a death wish to a lot of you. Calm yourselves before all else. Come on, Apollo, let's get out of here. But what about Mr. Starbuck's dream? We'll carry out Clay's final wish. I don't care what happens to me. I'm not letting some bomb blow the truth up forever. I refuse to let things end here. Apollo, this is no time to be dramatic. If we don't get out of here now, we're going to die. Come on, this way. Hey, ouch. Let me go. Huh. Juniper? She hasn't evacuated yet. Juniper, are you alright? Oh, no. Not that way. It'd be really interesting to play this game in chronological order now. Like, imagine starting the game with that. And then we go and play Case 1. And then we continued from there. Well, I guess technically we'd want to start with Case number 2, because that's the earliest in the timeline. But still. It'd be interesting. If now we cut back to Case 1. Why'd he do this again? I can't remember why he did it. I don't remember the motive for Case 1. In the middle of the Space Center bombing trial, we had another bombing incident. This one destroyed courtroom number 4. Furthermore, Apollo suffered massive injuries from being there when the bomb went off. But apparently not to his eye. That's something else that we haven't heard about yet. Fortunately, Juniper Woods was fingered as the courtroom bomber. Tina and I knew she had to be an innocent, so we took her case on. We managed to clear Miss Wood's name. But Apollo sustained further injuries when he was attacked by Ted Tonate. So wait, when did he pick up the jacket? Because, like, if the bomb went off then, and then the Case 1 happened right away, he had the jacket on during that case. So when did he grab the jacket? Yeah, that was, all of that intermission there was all from Case 1. That was, like, the entirety of Case 1 was that bombing. Paul's a tough guy, but this is taking its toll on him. Probably just picked it up, but where? Was it, like, sitting in the waiting room or something? I was expecting him to be wearing it then, during that bit of trial. Yeah, poor guy. Being attacked by Onate like that on top of all his other injuries. Oh, so now we're playing as Phoenix then, I'm guessing. Damn, I thought we were finally getting an Apollo case. Look, I'm not against playing as Phoenix, but, like, we haven't had an Apollo case in a hot minute here. Apollo's resting at the nearby Hickfield Clinic. I've had some experience with that place myself. What an awful turn of events. Never thought he'd land in a hospital of all places. Still can't wait to figure out what happened to his eye. You must miss him too, huh? Now that you don't have anybody to tease. Don't worry, he's young. He'll heal quickly and be back before you know it. It's been a while since I last saw Trucy look so down. When are you gonna tell them that they're siblings? Is Phoenix waiting until things get really awkward before he, like, lets them know that they're, you know, related? Is he waiting? Does he want that to happen? I feel like half of him does. Like, he's waiting until they announce that they're going out, and then he's gonna open the letter and be like, yeah, about that. Man's a Star Wars fan. Specifically, Episode 6. End of Game 6, he still hasn't told him? Oh, God. He really is waiting for that moment, isn't he? When in a court case, nobody feels like much like celebrating. We can't let Capcom forget about that letter. I hope. Like, we really can't let them forget about that letter. No one's going to let them forget about it. I don't care what they might be insinuating. with their relationship. They're gonna have to bring up that letter at some point. They can't let it get weird. They don't want another 2-3 on their hands, do they? Right, enough of this, people. No time to be moping around. Now dry those eyes, both of you. You're the only one who's crying, Athena. Technicalities. Look, we have work to do. We have to take over. Take over what exactly? Well, a Space Center case, of course. Though Verk's been reached, there's still a chance. Watch it be just nothing important. But, like, I thought the letter said that they were siblings. We know they're siblings. That was, like, the big reveal at the very end of Apollo Justice, is that they're brother and sister. It doesn't matter if it's in the letter. Phoenix knows. Phoenix canonically knows their relationship. They don't. So, it's gonna end up being like, if he doesn't say anything, it's gonna be like fucking Star Wars all over again. And it's gonna be Phoenix's fault. There's no one else to blame for this. Phoenix would let it happen. Man's into that shit. It must have been wild from Apollo's perspective, just chilling in the waiting room. You hear someone yelling, oh, that must be the breakdown. And for some reason, some random ass guy just jumps you for no reason. Oh, his eye injury. Oh, okay. But, like, what happened to his eye? Deltarune tomorrow? No. No, there won't be Deltarune tomorrow. You heard it here first. Deltarune canceled. I agree with Athena. We should pick up Mr. Starbuck's case. Defense. The adventure fallen comrade, right, Daddy? Well, isn't exactly fallen. He's still alive, you know. Good. Now that that's settled, let's get going. Come on, we gotta run. Wait, right now? Better not be running the whole way. Well, I guess Phoenix still doesn't have a car, hey? Does any of them have a car? Surely everyone in this office doesn't know how to drive. There she goes. I better go catch up. Can you take care of the office, Trucy? Sure thing, Daddy. Let's be careful out there. In the meantime, I'm gonna bake some cookies and film up my magic panties for you. Can we get her on a case again for once? Oh, the lines that she would say on a case. Just why'd she have to be stuck at the office? When's she gonna get her badge so she has an excuse to get back out there? No, we need her again. We need her on the field again. Trucy seems to be feeling a little better. I can always count on Athena to perk everybody up with her enthusiasm. Oh, she's back. Don't mind me, just forgot a few things. Wallet, phone, the documents, my bag. Sounds like you forgot everything. I always count on Athena for that too. Alright, you two. Let's be careful out there. It canonically rides his bike and takes the train everywhere. Yeah, he does, but surely not everyone in the office does. He can't be he's gotta be the outlier here. So, our client is one Solomon Starbuck. So famous even I've heard of him. That's right. He's a super famous astronaut who works at the Cosmos Space Center. He was actually up in outer space 7 years ago. Okay, you know where I think I got the multi-time from? I read 7 years ago as 7 times. Don't ask why. It's probably why I thought he went up to space more than once. Seemed to know quite a bit about him. I'm excited to meet the man. I mean, it kinda was her case. Why? Of course she would know a lot about him. She was just working the case. With Apollo. Why wouldn't she? Wow, that was the longest sigh I've ever heard. Apollo told me all about you. You're Phoenix Wright, Apollo's mentor, right? Yes, that's right. Mentor has a nice ring to it. You've been called mentor how many times now? And you're only now coming around to the idea? Don't worry about a thing, Mr. Starbuck. Mr. Ray and I have got you covered. And you're the new kid that Apollo told me about. Oh, did Apollo, like, do this alone? I just assumed that Athena was with him. Wait, don't I know you from somewhere? Huh? You mean other than at your trial? I don't think so. I guess so. My mistake. Man's like hopped up on drugs every second of every hour. It probably makes a lot of mistakes with his memories. My memory isn't what it used to be. I feel like Apollo would be the only one to get his head on straight enough to be able to get his license to buy a car. Yeah, I think so too. Maybe Trucy would as well. I feel like she'd probably be willing to drive. Athena just wouldn't see the need because she'd just be running everywhere anyways. She probably ran all the way to that village in case too. Or maybe she did take the train, but I'm sure she would if she wanted to. Mind and body are kaput. Same goes for my life. I mean, I'm so astronomically unlucky that I had a bomb go off in the middle of my trial. Trying to defend me would be like trying to enter the stratosphere without a spacecraft. Actually, that's not that hard. They've done that already. In fact, they did it like 50 plus years ago. They had to retire the plane because it was actually too good at its job. They didn't make any more because it was too easy for it to go into space. They made a movie about that one too, but it was a plane, and it went to space. And yeah, it was kind of dangerous because those kind of planes aren't meant to go to space. Jet planes are not meant to be outside of the atmosphere. For many reasons. Yikes, he's seriously got to stop depressing himself. It was like called the Arrow something, I think. I can't remember the full name, but it was like a Canadian jet. They made a jet that was like so fast it went into the stratosphere. Cheer, Mr. Starbuck. Besides, the thing you said about entering the stratosphere, that just means we'd shine like shooting stars, right? Like shooting stars, huh? You know, you're right. Why didn't I think of that? After all, that's what we were all put on this earth to do, right? To shine like stars. Guess I shouldn't mention the fact that shooting stars burn out in a flash. Oh yeah, here we go. 3, 2, 1. To the stratosphere and beyond. Yeah, I feel alive now. You can go ahead and ask me anything you want. Is that really all it takes? So where's his two moods? Depression or hallucinating? Depression? Like, it's gotta be the drugs. The drugs are causing depression, hyperfixation, overreacting. Like, he's just going through the entire emotional spectrum. It's gotta be the drugs. Whoever slipped him those drugs, man, that was certainly a choice. Starbuck also may or may not have met the yeah, apparently. I mean, he did just say that, like, he probably knew it was from somewhere. I'm thinking it's the drugs, though. Let's be real. The guy's fucking crazy. So, you have no memory at all of the incident? I'm so ashamed. My memory of the time is as black and clouded as a dark nebula. Still, it's strange you don't remember a thing. Wasn't there like a car in one of Athena's flashbacks? Maybe he like ran her over or something. Are you sure you didn't take one of those anti-anxiety pills like they said at the trial? No. Correction, he doesn't remember taking one himself. Doesn't mean he didn't take one. Someone else slipped it to him. You got it all wrong. I told him during the investigation too. I don't know anything about any drugs. I never took any medication, I swear. It is true I developed a fear of space because of what happened 7 years ago. And I was taking medication secretly every now and then when my anxiety got bad. Having a fear of space is not something an astronaut can brag about. You know? Oh, the so-called Hat 1 miracle? That must have been a terrifying experience. But I'm still an astronaut at heart, come what may. I would never take drugs that might impede my performance just before a launch. That launch meant everything to me. It's more certain than the theory of relativity. Seems like a completely different person now. It's the face of the astronaut I know. What are the tranquilizers we found in your system? Yeah, see, that's the thing. But I don't know why. I'm done for. If you didn't take them, then maybe someone slipped them to you? Exactly. That's what I thought. It must have been the real culprit. My medication was in my locker. Anybody could have gotten their hands on it. You don't lock your locker? Maybe the real culprit also planted a detonator switch in your pocket. Yeah, that's gotta be it. I've been framed. I'll say. You even managed to plant your prints on the switch before slipping it in. Yeah, I'm not sure how you'd explain that one. It's a real possibility. Do you remember anything else that might be relevant? Anything at all, no matter how small. Like, about the murder weapon, for example. That knife. Well, I think it came from one of the Space Center's utility kits. Utility kits? Yeah, staff who work on machinery a lot are given those special tool kits to use. All the technicians have them, so I doubt you could prove whose knife it is. Has a victim's blood on it from a set of utility tools used by Space Center techs. It's like how in drug commercials the narrator lists off all of those horrible side effects. The man is feeling every single side effect. Like you said, he's unlucky as shit. He's the one that he's the reason they have to list those side effects on there. Okay, they say every side effect. He's also probably suffering from the side effects that only pregnant people suffer from. Like, that's how bad it is for him. Somehow, he's so unlucky that when he took those drugs, he somehow suffered both the side effects from the people who don't get pregnant, aren't pregnant, and pregnant, all at the same time. Man's a fucking legend. As I recall, your last trip into space was 7 years ago, right? That's right. It was a pretty rough experience. During that mission, we had all kinds of problems with the craft. You did? What kind of problems? Power failure, oxygen leakage, busted radio, cracked windows, loose control column. The heat shield came off as we were entering the atmosphere. I thought I was a goner. But I managed to make it somehow with the popsicles and ice packs from the freezer. A real MacGyver over here. No wonder they dubbed it the Hat One Miracle. It's a miracle you made it back. Space is a boundless place, so it continues to capture people's imaginations. But the vastness of space shows us how insignificant we are in the scheme of things. The darkness just goes on forever, and ever, and ever, without end. There was nobody else there. Nobody was gonna come save me. I was all alone. All alone, with nothing to listen to but the sound of my own breathing and heartbeat. I kept scrambling to make repairs, but I couldn't keep my hands from shaking. Experience like that would make anybody afraid to go up into space. I think a normal knife could cut the suit, but if it's a special one that makes sense. A normal knife could cut the suit, though. That's the thing. Whatever Black Hole was sputtering during the trial was complete bullshit. That's not how spacesuits work. I could probably just take like a fucking kitchen knife and slash that suit if I wanted to. Like, it's thick canvas, but it's not like it's made of some like super material from the future. It's just cloth. At best, that's like a really sharp pocket knife that was used to stab through him. It's still a knife at the end of the day. It can stab it. There's nothing special about it. I don't care what this game is saying. This experience you had, weren't you dreading this mission? What? No way. Of course not. Even now, I want to go up in space so bad I can barely stand it. I want to shake off Earth's gravity, escape velocity, and spin around weightless. But you have to admit, it was pretty harrowing. Weren't you even a tiny bit afraid? I was afraid. Of course I was. Still am. Space is man's final frontier. An unknown world. The cosmic truth is out there waiting for us somewhere. Cosmic truth, huh? I guess there are people looking for the truth in every walk of life. No matter how afraid I am, I'm sure I can manage. If I give in to my fear, I'll never find the truth. As long as I don't give up, I can keep on the fight. One thing's for sure, Mr. Starbuck's passion for space is undeniably the real deal. I don't think this man can handle the cosmic truth. Let's be real. The victim, Clay Terran, he was kind of like your protege, right, isn't he? Well, it wasn't a big, exaggerated deal like Master and Apprentice or anything like that. But Clay did think of me as his mentor. Mentor and the protege. What a combination they must have been. With his encouragement, I knew I could get over my fear and go back into space. But now... Clay must have been very encouraging, huh? Yeah. It's funny, really. Whenever I'd hear him shout, "You're fine!" I always got the feeling everything really was gonna be just fine. You're fine? Apollo says I'm fine, and you're fine and all the time, too. And I always feel encouraged, too, whenever I hear him shout it. Yeah, Clay and Apollo were best buds. They used to come visit the Space Center a lot, ever since they were high school kids. One day, out of the blue, Clay even told me he wanted to be my protege. Those two hung around the Space Center so much, they were like part of the staff. One time during Zero-G training, I started to panic a little bit. And the two of them took turns shouting, "You're fine!" over the radio. It was a simple thing, but it was exactly what I needed to hear. So I'm fine and you're fine were like Apollo and Clay's secret phrases, huh? Wish I could ask Apollo more about Clay and their relationship now. Speaking of Clay, how do you suppose he climbed down the ladder with you over his shoulder? Sorry, but I can't even begin to imagine. He actually did climb down that ladder, so a way has to exist. From the freedom of space to the walls of a cell. But that prosecutor said the dark night sky isn't half bad through barred windows. You're fine. Solomon's soul Starbuck is fine. Everything's gonna be alright. Huh? And Athena Sykes is fine. Come on, Mr. Wright. You too. Do I really have to? Phoenix Wright is fine. I can't hear you. Phoenix Wright is fine. We'll get you back into space yet, Mr. Starbuck. Believe in your own innocence. And have faith in us. Apollo believed in you wholeheartedly, and that's good enough for me. I believe in you too. Thank you. Thank you, both of you. I'll put my faith in you. And I vow to make it back into space. All I need first is a not guilty verdict. I'm sure it feels nice to reassure ourselves every now and then that we're all fine. Okay, Mr. Wright. Let's get our investigation of the Space Center started. Pronto. Good idea. Let's go. This guard at the door has seen it all. Nothing can face him. He's been standing there for like 15 years now. The man's crazy. You know, he's probably got the best job in the world because he just gets to sit there and just, like, if he wants, he can just tune out everything. Like, that's all he's doing. He's just standing there all day. What are we thinking these days? Easiest job in the world. You just have to stand still for like 8 hours and you get to go home. Probably the most boring job as well. Wow. I was wondering what kind of place the Space Center would be. Almost looks like an amusement park of the future. Some sort of future land, maybe. Oh wait, that's copyright. Yeah, did you know they even let the public see the rockets up close? Oh, so check it out. Look how brightly the JAXA logo shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. I really dig the stars and rocket motif it's got going. The fuck does JAXA stand for? I hate that name. JAXA, huh? Isn't that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program? Yeah, but why the strange acronym? I mean, what is GA supposed to stand for? Galaxy? If that were it, then the whole thing would be something like Galaxy Exploration Agency. Which, if you ask me, I'd have abbreviated to GOXA or even Gaia. I guess so. Oh, I know. Maybe the person who came up with the name just really likes the letter Y. His exchanges begin to feel oddly like deja vu. Anyway, this place is more than just a research facility. It's also a tourist attraction. Gaxus sounds like a medical product. Yeah, I was like thinking something medical with it too. Like, I mean, obviously they're riffing on NASA, but at least NASA sounds good. And it makes sense. This is like, what kind of letters are you getting out of this? Why? This is like the most overly complicated NASA parody I've ever seen. Who is this? Oh no. Who is this? Okay, it's someone new, at least. For a split second, I don't know how it would have been possible, but I was expecting a certain security guard to show up in this case. I don't think we're ever seeing her again, thank fucking God. I kind of was... Part of me was thinking it could have been possible. She's probably dead, though. Let's be real. Yikes. Who's this geezer and what's he want? How much you want to bet this is her husband, though? Look upon me and look me well. Behold the great power of space science. Pardon me, but you are... My glorious name is Yuri Cosmos. I am the director of the Cosmos Space Center. The center of the cosmos. Oh, he's one of those people. Fucking flat earther over here. Thinks he's the center of everything. Boss, that was pretty groan-inducing. If this person is the Space Center's director, then that means... You were the one the first to discover Clay's body, weren't you? And who was the first to find the victim? Actually, there were two of them. Space Center Director, Yuri Cosmos, and Detective Candace R. That is correct. I was honored to be the very first man in all of space and time to discover the body. Let's talk of the incident. Are you by any chance the space police? Can't tack the word on the space onto just any old thing, you know? Tell that to the president. We're Mr. Starbuck's lawyers. We're here to investigate his case. Oh, and we're Earth lawyers, by the way. Ah, I see. Yes, I've heard about you. In that case, by my esteemed privilege, I grant you permission to investigate. I trust you are appropriately grateful. Now go ahead. Have at it. His name is actually Yuri. Yeah, Yuri is a perfectly normal name. That's the thing. I know we're all making jokes about Yuri, but it's a perfectly regular name, and that's all it is. I looked it up earlier to confirm. There's nothing, it has nothing to do with anything space related. It's a normal name. It's even a guy's name. You might even recognize it in Yuri Lowenthal, the voice of Spider-Man in the recent Spider-Man games, amongst other games too that he's done. But he's probably mostly best known for Spider-Man. But like that's a he's a pretty famous video game and anime voice actor. Actually, it's a perfectly normal name. There's nothing supposed to be anything strange about it, and no, it's not a space pun. Now, if his name was like Yoru or something, that would make more sense. That would be a space pun, but nope, it's just a perfectly normal name. Okay, yeah, Yuri on Ice, but that's different, okay? That's a different Yuri. It's not the kind of Yuri we're going for here. Yeah, it's a very common Japanese name. It's perfectly normal. It just has a very unfortunate double meaning that I'm sure we're all more familiar with, but has nothing to do with this case. I can already tell he's going to be nothing but trouble. Don't let him hear you say that, or you'll see what trouble really is. Yeah, you'll be victim number 2, the second segue victim ever, if he hears you say that. Let's just be professional and ask him about when he found the body, okay? So, as director, what do you do here at the Space Center specifically?
Defend peace across the galaxy and promote space development in this country. No matter what obstacles stand in our way, we keep going. For the sake of mankind.
I believe I used the word specifically in my question.
Attention all personnel. To your break stations. Prepare for break.
Why does he have like a cell phone from 2001? Oh, I get it. You just wander around and tell people what to do in a self-important manner.
That is exactly right. Because I am an important man. My manner is important.
Mr. Wright, this man doesn't get sarcasm. Well, there's bound to be some people like that here in the boundless of space.
What's that? You want to know what it is that makes me important specifically? Very well. I will tell you. I was the central figure of the Hat-1 project. You may proceed to be appropriately impressed. Now go ahead. Have at it.
I might be more impressed if I knew what he did for it specifically. I thought that Yuri on Ice was just a show about figure skating. The main character is Yuri. That's probably why the term Yuri became associated with gay. Wait, but Yuri is for lesbians. Yeah, I think you're getting mixed up with yaoi. That's the one for guy on guy. Yuri is for girl on girl. I like how proud he is of the near disaster that was the Hat-1 project. Could you tell us what you know about the incidents from the other day?
I refuse.
What?
Explain your job for common folk, not the director of the center of the cosmos. My testimony, which will go down in space history, will be heard in the courtroom.
What? So does that mean you'll be taking the stand tomorrow?
That is correct. I will be the most glorious witness in the history of mankind.
I'm not sure if he really understands what being a witness is all about. Looks like Director Cosmos is the type that only talks about what he wants to talk about. And let's at least try to ask him about the things he might be willing to open up about. The Hat-1 was a rocket that was launched into space 7 years ago, correct? And despite numerous problems, it somehow made its way back home.
I suppose it is part of my job to educate ignorant young folk like you. Very well. I will impart to you the complete story of the Hat-1 project.
Is there a reason we can't see his other eye? Like, does he have some sort of, like, super sci-fi cyborg eye under there? Like, we're gonna be interviewing him in the trial. It's gonna turn out that he's the murderer, and part of his breakdown is that hat coming off and revealing his, like, cyber eye. It's gonna happen. Otherwise, why else can't we see it? Oh, thank you very much. I'm guessing this guy's the culprit. Classic self-report. He's very likely the culprit, but he's also the only witness that we have at the moment. So, I don't know. It can't be Candace. Candace is dead. We can't question her anymore, unfortunately.
One's noble mission was to collect samples from an asteroid. And Mr. Starbuck was the pilot for that flight. Eventually, the Hat-1 reached its planned orbit. From where it launched the Hope probe towards the asteroid belt. From there, the Hope probe began its long, lonely journey into the far reaches of space.
Why was that a manned mission? You know, for this place that likes to brag about how futuristic it is, just so you know, Mr. Cosmos, in real life, we don't launch probes as manned missions. There's no one on those ships. Those are automated.
Then after a terrifying struggle, the Hat-1 returned safely to Earth. That struggle is when the incident known as the Hat-1 miracle occurred.
That struggle is when the incident known as the Hat-1 miracle occurred, right?
Correct. And it truly was a miracle. Of course, they just had to turn the ordeal into a movie. As for the Hope probe, well, it did eventually arrive safely at its destination. It obtained a few samples from the asteroid and returned to Earth but a few days ago.
So what kind of samples are they? What's in them?
Samples are scheduled for analysis in the near future. We haven't had time since they just came back the day before Terran's murder. Regrettably, we've had no time to inspect the samples due to everything that occurred.
Cyber Iger just empty socket? Oh, well, never mind. He just fucking revealed it. But why was it covered? Why is like his head like it looks straight here, but then when he's just looking straight on, it looks sideways? Well, that's no fun. You're always hoping there's like some big mystery to why his right eye was covered up.
West parts our space development program ahead of other countries by several years.
That's quite impressive. And I guess this guy isn't just a loudmouth braggart after all. He probably revealed it earlier the last time he did that pose, and I just somehow didn't notice.
In the golden age of space development, our predecessors were successful in bringing a moon rock back. That's the greatest achievement in the history of this space center. The public fell in love with space and all of its glorious potential.
A moon rock, huh? I remember that being big.
Our endeavors with the moon rock have lived on in our work with these asteroid samples. I want to bestow new hopes and dreams for the future upon mankind once again. That is my mission, as the man who stands at the center of the cosmos.
Here, there's lots of research into moon rocks and stardust from the asteroids these days. They say the results could potentially have a huge impact on all of civilization. It's like we're in a new space race with every other country out there.
What? Bite your tongue. It's not for anything so base as money or politics. It's all for the brilliant future that awaits mankind. And all for my illustrious mission. With the recent budget cuts, my staff tells me finances are tight. But I won't hear it.
I guess even a space program has to watch its budget. Yeah, sadly, most people, at least the ones in charge of the money, don't believe in the future of space like the ones working at the space centers do. By the way, you seem awfully knowledgeable about this kind of thing, Athena. Huh? Well, you know, I thought I'd better brush up for the case. Is that so?
Well, I'll be on my way. As you can see, I'm a very busy and very important man. Galactic Scooter, fire up the main engine, max battle speed, and engage!
You know that man grew up watching Star Trek. That thing is surprisingly fast. Speaking of Terraria, Pal World Update has good reviews from what I heard. Is that the... Which half of the crossover are you talking about? The Pal World content in Terraria or the Terraria content in Pal World? Or both? Oh, on both sides. Okay. I haven't booted up Terraria in ages. Probably haven't played since the last time I beat the game, which would have been 1.4's release? Which is quite a while ago now. I guess we better get going too. You bet. Let's make it so. Alright, where are we going? Boarding lounge. That's where the moida happened. Hey, what's that crack doing up here? And why is this one tiny bit shining like it wants me to click on it? So, this is where Mr. Terran was murdered. Yeah, this is the lounge. Let's see that diagram the police made again. Right now we're in the main building here on the right side, on the 3rd floor. Clay and Mr. Starbuck fled here from Launchpad 1 after the explosion.
You there! No entrance without express permission.
We're Mr. Starbuck's lawyers. We've come to investigate.
Sorry, nobody gets in without permission. Not even the police superintendent. Camp Detective Fulbright getting mad at me.
So Detective Fulbright's here, huh?
Yeah, he's here in Launchpad 1 corridor. Go get clearance from him, and then we'll talk.
Leave it to me. I'm great at getting intel of Detective Fulbright. Let's see. What trick should I use on him today? I don't know if I should be grateful or afraid. So, to get to Launchpad 1 corridor, we just have to go through that door with the blue rock on it, I think. Wait. That door looks awfully familiar. Good eye there, boss. This is the door Clay and Mr. Starbuck used during their escape from the launch pad. Ah, that explains it. Fingerprint system has been deactivated, so I think we can just pass through. Come on, let's go. Why is there like a baby bouncer, baby jumper in the fucking lounge room? That's one of those things you'd buy for like a toddler, like a fucking 6-month-old baby. And you hang it from the ceiling of your room in your house. And they bounce around in it. What's that doing here? So this is it, huh? This is the corridor the two of them use in their escape. Yep. It's the only thing connecting Launchpad 1 with the main building. I see police jeep down at the other end. Guess we won't be looking at the Launchpad. Are we gonna have to cross-examine this robot? How much did this robot see? After the explosion, this whole corridor must have been filled with smoke. And the Launchpad itself was probably a sea of flames. Must have been pretty scary for them. Now, where could Detective Fulbright be? Hey, I think that's him over there. What should I do? Which path is the path of justice? Seems to be lost. That's funny. This corridor's a straight shot. Huh? Ah, it's you lawyer people. Welcome to the Space Center. Enjoying a relaxing day off, are you? Here for a little rocket sightseeing? And we're here to investigate the scene, same as you. Do you have any info to share? Boss, if Yaxel reluctant to give us information, we hit him with the whatever shall we do act. I'm sure he'll fall for it. Got it? Are we trying to catch the unruly family dog here or something? Excuse me, as if you're a fucking stranger to the idea of doing that yourself, Phoenix. How many times did you do that with Gumshoe? Info on the case, huh? Alright, I'll gladly share some with you. Huh? What just happened? Detectives and lawyers seeking truth and justice side by side. I like it. Just take whatever you want from me, you info bandits. I'm in a generous mood today. I don't know. Something weird about Detective Fulbright today. Well, we need information, so let's run with it. If you say so. Wait, it's December 19th. There's like no snow anywhere. To be fair, even in Japan, depending where they are, there's no snow. If they're far up north, yes. If they're down like in Tokyo, no. There usually isn't a lot of snow down in Tokyo, believe it or not. It's pretty temperate down there. I think like, I don't remember for sure, but isn't like Tokyo and Vancouver kind of on the same latitude? I thought they were like pretty similar, and Vancouver definitely does not get a lot of snow. They get a lot of rain, and it's fairly cold, but yeah, believe it or not, Vancouver, despite being in Canada, does not get a whole lot of snow. So yeah, I can believe it. Christmas, just a week away. Wow, I'm so happy about this information. It's a shame that this guy got murdered a week before Christmas. A real shame we had another case right on Christmas. I don't actually know if we're going to get another case on Christmas. Detective Fulbright, could you give us permission to investigate the crime scene? There's an officer on guard. We can't get in. Oh, whatever shall we do? That's an easy one. I'll let him know over there to let you in. Investigate the heart's content. Take a week if you need it. A month even. So I have some snacks delivered. One of my men gives a mean neck rub. No. That's okay. But thanks. Definitely not the Fulbright I know. Detective Fulbright's acting sickeningly sweet. It's kind of gross, actually. Do you think he hit his head or something? Maybe he took the same pills that the astronaut took. They just have like the opposite effect. Who knows? Whatever the case, it's making our lives way easier. The Olympics, no, actually, if you remember correctly, I don't know if you actually watched the Vancouver Olympics, but they had problems with a lack of snow. That's the thing. They had to bring out the snow machines to do any of the the downhill events for the Olympics, they had to bring out the fucking snow machines, and even then there was like a very high concern of a lack of snow. The snow machines were not enough, and there was dry patches. It actually caused problems for the events, and they almost had to cancel a couple of them because of that. It was ridiculous how little snow there was. Horrible time for the Olympics. So no, they actually didn't get a decent amount. Obviously, the indoor events went without a hitch. I think the biathlon was fine because of where they were holding it, because I think that was held higher in the mountain. But like a lot of the downhill stuff, I think like the slalom, the ski jump, a couple of the snowboarding events, they had to delay them because of the lack of snow. It was all over the news at the time. I remember. It was crazy how little snow there was. You got to watch the torch go down the street? Damn. I was like really big on watching the Olympics back then. I watched Athens. I watched a decent amount of Beijing. And I definitely watched Vancouver. I didn't really watch London. But yeah, it was like the snow was lacking there. It was really funny to hear. But yeah, no, Vancouver, despite being in Canada, they do get snow, yes, but it's not as much as like some other cities. Like up here in Edmonton, we get snow, like feet of snow if we want. Saskatchewan, it goes up to your knees, at least. But Vancouver, you might get rain, maybe a little bit of snow. But you have to go really up into the mountains if you want to get snow there. And yeah, it's like I said, the Olympics, I mean, even then it doesn't always work. So no, Japan, Tokyo especially, like Tokyo and below definitely don't get snow. And it's really weird about Japan because like you think of it as, I don't know, at least I always picture it as like a kind of temperate country, but they have a very wide range of climates. Like up in Hokkaido, you've got like that's where you want, if you want Canada equivalent, you got to go to Hokkaido. Tokyo, it's like a lot more temperate, mostly rain, snow is not as common, and then you go down to Okinawa, and like everyone's going there for vacation in the winter because it's tropical essentially. That's like their local equivalent of going to Hawaii or Florida. That's like their Florida, except it's like not as weird. You were here in the Space Center at the time of the incidents, weren't you, Detective? That's right. I was here on a security assignment. Police are required to secure rocket launches now? I didn't know that. Yes. Well, you know us. To serve and protect. Explosions occurred while I was here on duty, so I started leading the evacuation. He's leaving out a lot of details, but okay. Could you tell us more about what happened? Of course. A bomb went off on the second floor of the main building. Right after that, the one over in Launchpad 1 also blew sky high. How much you want to bet they were here because of a bomb threat? So I immediately instructed the visitors and the employees to evacuate the shelter. The shelter? That's right. There's an evacuation shelter in the basement of the Space Center. It's there for accidents and emergencies and the like. So, where were you when the first bomb went off? I was on duty on the 4th floor. It was quite the madhouse, I tell you. The elevator wasn't working on account of the explosion, and the stairs on the 2nd floor were destroyed, so we couldn't go that way. Wasn't it possible to get down to the basement shelter? No, we lowered an emergency ladder from a 4th floor window and escaped that way. It was a folding ladder, so it wasn't very stable, but at least it reached the ground. Ah, you should have used a step ladder. Much more stable. After I secured the ladder, I left to take another look around for any other survivors. Once everybody else got out safely, I made my way down too and headed to the shelter. So, wait, did you just leave Yuri Cosmos upstairs because he was the first to see the body? And if the evacuation already happened by that point, and you said that you made sure there was no one upstairs, where the fuck was Yuri? Wow, what an ordeal. But climbing down an emergency ladder kind of sounds fun. Hello, Grafter, how's it going? Middle school immediately after school, I was picked up by my parents and walked over and watched. Funny enough that the school program at the school also went, so I saw a few of my friends there. Damn, that'd be kind of cool. I don't think they... Yeah, where was I living at the time? 2010. Oh, I would have been out in the No. No, I definitely wasn't. I was in Kamloops at the time. I don't think the torch ever went through Kamloops. I think they skipped that place. It's kind of out of the way. It's not a tiny city, but it's not. It's kind of out of the way, especially if you're heading to Vancouver with a torch. Thank you for your answers, Detective. They were very helpful. The ladder's a step ladder if its parents are married to someone else and the new person also... Fuck. I'm waiting for them to make the joke in one of these games. Just a moment. I have some more information to share with you. But don't tell Prosecutor Blackwell, okay? Ah, and Prosecutor Blackwell usually has you on a short leash, too. Oh, never mind that. I thought you should know that there was a witness. You mean Candace and Yuri? Or is there a third witness? Could you tell us more about this witness? Sure thing. The witness was a Space Center employee who was on the 4th floor. And when she was climbing down, she looked through a window in the 3rd floor lounge. So, she was looking into the crime scene from the outside? That's right. It was just a matter of chance that she saw something important. Was she like a window washer or something? Not that I know what she saw exactly yet, though. I don't, but that's the most important thing of all. Don't you worry. I'll get around to interviewing her soon enough. And she should be somewhere here in the Space Center. You might even run into her. 4th floor employee, huh? Alright. Thanks for the info, Detective Fulbright. Gee, you sure are being cooperative, Detective. A little too cooperative, even. Yeah, well, actually, something you can't talk about? Yeah, something like that. Anyway, never mind. Don't worry about me. Well, I'll be on my way now. What if he got fired from his job and this is how he's taking revenge? What was that all about? Something is definitely going on. I'm gonna get it out of him next time I see him. Okay. I'm not sure he'll talk about it, though. Well, we have permission to investigate now. Let's head back to the boarding lounge. Ah, you two. Detective Fulbright has granted you permission to investigate. He also said I should bring you some snacks or give you a neck rub too if you like. I'll take the snacks. Oh, that's alright, but thank you for the offer. Well, time to roll up our sleeves and start investigating. Now, let's see. Where's that diagram again? So, this lounge is on the 3rd floor of the main building. And according to Apollo, this is where he believes a third party killed his friend. It's gonna be that 4th floor witness. Obviously. Well, let's stop the recap and start looking for traces of this 3rd floor person then. You read my mind, Athena. We'll make that our first priority. There's just one problem, though. This room. It's just so big. Don't worry, we can use this to help us. A Space Center pamphlet for tourists? Yep, picked it up at the entrance. Maps inside should come in handy. Let's see. Yep, here it is. A map of the lounge. This is the door we went through to talk to Detective Fulbright. Oh yeah, that's the door with the fingerprint recognition lock. Well, I guess this map will make things a little easier. Yeah, no more excuses. Let's track down the 3rd person. Wait, there's just one more thing. What's that strange creature moving around outside the window? Oh, boss, it's just a holographic image. Oh, you know, just a holographic image. Like, as if those things are so commonplace. Was this the fucking Back to the Future timeline? Oh yeah, I knew that. That's a relief. Should be a button somewhere in this room to turn the image on and off. That's what it says in the pamphlet anyway. The only reason you're so eager to start is so that you can push that button, isn't it? And what's wrong with that? Let's just look for the button while we're looking for clues. Alright, fine. Let's get investigating. Wow, look at this holographic thing here. First glance, it looks only like a peaceful landscape, but then there's that creature. That's not what I clicked on. Didn't the Hope probe go to some planet? Maybe this is what its surface looked like. I don't know. I think it would have made the news if they discovered a creature like that. The probe went to an asteroid. That's not even remotely close to the same thing. Unless they were hoping to find like a fucking, what's that worm thing from Star Wars Episode 5 that they all got sucked into? What was that thing called? One of those like space worms. It did make quite a bit of news though when the probe came back. Yeah, but the Hope probe didn't even go to a planet. It went to an asteroid. That's a big rock kind of thing. Even aliens can't live there. Now, there's a lot of people out there postulating that there might be life that could exist in the vacuum of space. No matter how I look at it, all I can think of is torture device. But I guess it's a training device for getting used to zero gravity. Uh-oh. Athena has an odd glint in her eye. Is she thinking about trying that thing out? How would you even get up there? I should try to stop her, but I'm afraid she'll just out-muscle me. Hey, Mr. Wright. Look at that up there. Some kind of fragment. It's stuck in tight. Oh, so that's what the glint was all about. That color looks familiar. I think it's part of an oxygen tank. I think you're right. The vents here. It means Clay's tank ruptured after they arrived at the boarding lounge. To press your Black Hole's theory that Mr. Starbuck dropped Clay down the ladder. Must be wrong. This proves that both the astronauts were alive when they reached the boarding lounge. So Apollo was right. The scene of the murder wasn't the launch pad. Way to go, Apollo. So it looks like there are 3 doors that lead in and out of this room. Let's check. Drumroll, please. Ta-da! The Space Center pamphlet. I really hope next game Athena gets to meet Maya. That'd be really funny. You've got like the troublemaker and the kleptomaniac in the same room. I can't imagine that ending well. We're here at this place that says Boarding Lounge 1. Here are the 3 doors. Let's call them Lefty, Righty, and Downy. You know, not to get them confused with the parts of the atom. Clever there, Athena. Good job. People usually say west, east, and south in a case like this, you know? Details, details. Anyway, look at this west door. That door with the rocket icon leads to Launchpad 1. I know, because it says here on the map Launchpad 1 corridor. So that's where we were with the detective. It was filled with smoke after the explosion. Right. Next up, the right-hand side of this map, or east in your world. That's the door with the satellite dish icon to signify communication, aka the control room. Yep, it definitely says control room. Looks like it has another door on the opposite side. They communicate and exchange information, with rockets and probes in space from there. So it's the center of the Space Center. The Space Center, if you will. Does everybody start to talk like Director Cosmos after they've been here a while? But it seems they built a new command center on the 6th floor. That's what they used for the Hat 2 mission, so this control room was empty at the time. I've always wanted to see the inside of a mission control room, and since we're here, I'd love to do that too, but it doesn't look like we'll be able to. They want to keep curious kids like you out. So the door is protected with fingerprint recognition. Only the director can go through. That much security. I'm definitely not the one they're looking to keep out, Athena. So apparently the lock is also hooked up to a backup generator in case of emergencies. Door locked to the east. It can only be operated by the director. Backup power lets it function even when the power goes out. Okay, what about that last door? This lower door? Oh, excuse me, I mean south door? It leads to the elevators. This is where the door we came through when we entered this room, right? Yep, and of course there was no fingerprint recognition device, so it's open to anyone. But the elevators weren't working at the time due to the explosion. Is the only way into this place an elevator? Like, directly into the room? That seems unsafe. Where's the stairs? I mean, we were even told that there were stairs here, but they got blown up. But, like... surely that can't just open straight into an elevator despite how it looks, right? Well, that's about it for the 3 musketeers of the boarding lounge. Thanks. Understanding the layout of this lounge should help us understand the case. That's why I thought we'd better have a good grasp of where all the doors go. Thanks for displacing me, game. I wasn't done on this side yet. Or maybe I was. That's some pretty futuristic looking furniture over there. According to the pamphlet, there are no ordinary chairs. They're like amusement park teacup rides. You can power them yourself, it says. If you spin the table, your chair spins too. How is that supposed to work? Because, like, if you start turning the handle, and then your chair turns, you're not going to be able to hold on to the handle anymore. Just make them swivel chairs, like at McDonald's. That would have been good enough. But I guess that's not really pamphlet worthy at that point. Why would anybody want to have something like that here? It's for astronauts who have trouble with the device on the ceiling. No vertical spins. It says it's a training device that's easy on the eyes and on the body. Does it really call themselves an astronaut if they can't handle 0G? Yeah, no, at that point, if you can't handle 0G, you are not going to space. Trust me. I don't think, you know, starting with a chair is gonna fix anything. So this is where they discovered Clay. Yeah, he was already dead when they found him. Let's take a look at the photo. So he was stretched out like this, and... Huh? What's that thing that looks like a thermos? That's the thing that Prosecutor Blackwell mentioned when I was in court with Apollo. He said that it contained asteroid samples. Oh, right. Director Cosmos mentioned something about that too, didn't he? They were brought back only 5 days ago by the probe that the Hat-1 launched. Yeah, why were they in the rocket that was going back into space then? What were they hoping to do with them? Like, okay, so it's filled with the asteroid samples that the probe brought back. That makes sense. Why was it on a rocket that was getting ready to go up into space? If they wanted to research them. What kind of research were they thinking of? I wonder what they look like. Do you think they'll let us see? Let's think about that after we've solved the case, okay? Alright, I think now we're done from this angle. Oh no, mirror. Window. Screen? A window. It's right next to the holographic image too. I bet it's here to help people see the stark contrast between reality and virtual reality. Way off. It says emergency ventilation. You know, to clear smoke from a fire. See, it's pointing out the virtual insanity of reality. Okay, I really need to know about this, like, baby bouncer thing over here. Here's another amazing piece of equipment. Walk on the surface of the moon, it says. Oh boy, I want to try it. Gravity's weak on the moon, so I bet I could do mid-air somersaults. We're still on Earth, remember? Besides, it's connected to the ceiling. Well, at least I could jump really high. There's a sign on the wall that very clearly says, don't jump too high. But what good is this thing? Did I say in the beginning, walk on the surface of the moon? Not for jumping. Go to the moon yourself and jump there. What's this? Trap door? It's a trash suit. The cleaning robots throw the garbage out from here. Robots do the cleaning? What a futuristic world we live in. And I just hope they don't revolt like they do in science fiction movies. No way. All the robots here are very nice. Actually, wasn't there one in the Launchpad 1 corridor? We can go say hi to it if you want. I guarantee we're cross-examining a robot. The witness? The employee that we're going to be researching here, or we're going to be talking to in a bit, it's going to be a robot. What's down there? Hey, I see something shiny down there. Let's take this cover off then. Oh shit! What do you mean there's a bullet? What's this? Looks like a metal jelly bean. It's really small, but it's a bullet. It's only about 2 to 3 millimeters in diameter. Let's see. That would make the caliber .10? Caliber refers to the diameter of a gun's barrel, right? Yes, but I've never heard of a .10 caliber gun before. This bullet must be for a special kind of gun. A space gun. for use in space. The moon's haunted, after all, as we all know. I bet if you tried firing a bullet this small with a regular-sized gun, it would just fall right out. Or maybe they were secretly taking the fight back to the moon rabbits that live up there. Yeah, it must have been a really small gun. I wonder how the bullet ended up here. I mean, we're in the bottom left on the south door side of the room, according to this map. That's pretty far from where Clay's body was. Maybe the police didn't think to look here. Yeah, leave it to Detective Fulbright to accidentally hand us just the card we need. Discovered in a gutter that runs along the south wall of the boarding lounge. It was fired from a .10 caliber handgun. Which robot? Well, I don't know. We haven't met them yet, but I bet you the witness that we're going to go talk to in a bit is probably a robot. Like, I feel like if there was ever a time to have a robot witness in a Phoenix Wright case, it would be now. They've done everything else. We've defended an animal, we've cross-examined an animal, we cross-examined a walkie-talkie. A robot's next on the list. So this is the fingerprint recognition device. And I guess you put your hand on this handmark. I guess we can try. Now, to line my hand up with the outline. Don't, Athena. This thing is related to the case. Get your prints all over that, and the next thing you know, you'll be named a suspect. How can you be so cruel to a little girl like me? I'm buying those tears, Missy. What's this thing? What this big knob is for? Looks like the knob on a stove. Well, it's the same shape, but I think that's where the similarities end. I mean, it's behind a glass pane. What kind of stove would require knob security like this? Well, the knob is straight up and down, so if it was for a stove, the burner would be off. Right, if it was for a stove. Still, I wonder what it's really for. Something turned on by a knob that's not a stove? How about a rocket engine? Yeah, I'm sure the rocket engine ignition is out here in the lounge. If you had to start a rocket and start the engine here, the rocket would take off before you could get in. I guess all we can say for now is that it's a mystery knob. I mean, what if we just opened it and turned it? Athena at no point suggested opening the glass and turning the knob? It's probably just for like a fire hose or something. That's what that looks like to me. Like some sort of fire suppressant system. Glad the case got interrupted. We wouldn't have found this evidence otherwise. Very fortunate for us that the case got interrupted, eh? By a bomb. Shoutouts to Mr. Detonate back in the courtroom for, you know, almost killing everyone. Really helpful for our case. Let's see. This door is... Where's that pamphlet? Here we are. It's the door to the corridor that leads to Launchpad 1. We went through it earlier when we went to talk to Detective Fulbright. So I guess the security lock must be disengaged now, right? They say the corridor was filled with smoke at the time of the bombing. This thing beside the door. This must be the fingerprint recognition device. Which reminds me, I think Prosecutor Blackwell talked about it at the trial. Just break the glass to find out. Yeah, why did Athena never suggest to do that? She wasn't interested in turning the giant knob?
The notion of a third party in Launchpad 1 is utterly absurd. Just to enter the area from the lounge, one must pass through a door guarded by a fingerprint recognition device. And allow me to stay up front that there are precious few with the clearance to do so.
Then does that mean this bomber's prints were verified by the system? But the number of authorized personnel is supposed to be really small. Voila! Fingerprint powder. I brought it just in case something like this came up. I found it at the office. I've been just itching for a chance to use it. Wow, way to think ahead. Now, let's test the fingerprint recognition device and see what we can find. You got it. Now sprinkle some on here and a little over there, and... Aw, we don't get to do it ourselves? Man, this game sucks. Where's, like, the interaction and all that from the last game? Apollo Justice was, like, so fun to investigate everything, and this game's like, no, you only get to examine 3 rooms in the entire game. You can't just click on everything and see all the dialogue. You don't get to do any fingerprinting. You don't get to do any, like, blood residue checking. No footprint, shoe print checking, none of that stuff. Investigation totally stripped out. Oh, here's like 2 objects that you get to rotate during the trial and look at things. If you feel like it. You don't have to, though, because it's not relevant to the case ever. Like, they stripped out half the game for this one. I hope it's back in 6, or at least, like, Great Ace Attorney. Let's see what we have here. Oh, we got something. Aw, it's only a single set of prints. Isn't that a good thing? Sure wish we could figure out who those prints are. Although, I doubt we'll be so lucky as to get the culprit's prints on the first try. Well, I'm willing to bet Detective Fulbright has some fingerprint data. Right. And there's the security footage of this store, too. Yeah, here it is. Came up in court the other day. Wish we could see the part of the footage just after this bit. Oh, because that would be right before the murderer, wouldn't it? Let's ask the detective. With the mood he's in, he'll probably show it to us right away. Yeah, he's almost too good of a mood today. Let's go see if we can find him again once we're done with this room. I don't know. I'll chalk it up to being like an early 3DS game and they're still figuring out how to translate everything over and make games on the system. That's fine. But there's no excuses for Game 6. And even fewer excuses for the Great Ace Attorney games. Actually, no. You know what? The excuse for that one would be, we don't have a touchscreen anymore. These are apparently oxygen capsules. They're for recovery after a training session. Wonder if they can change your voice. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Did do a thing. It's not helium, Athena. It's oxygen. Why is she, like, sometimes really smart and other times, like, dumb as bricks? Oh, a mirror. How thoughtful of them to put one here. Thoughtful? So the ladies can fix their makeup. One's appearance is just as important in space as it is on Earth, you know. You never know when you're going to run into some other life form after all. I doubt anybody who thinks like that would ever become an astronaut in the first place. That's true, we did get the animated cutscenes in this one. Maybe they spent the budget on that. Still disappointing, though. I'm hoping that we get more interactivity in the next game. Because if I had to, like, make one criticism of this one, it's probably how stripped down the investigation portions are. Maybe the puzzles are a little bit more hand-holdy than usual, but they're not terrible. But they definitely, like, egg you on to the right solution a little more than previous games do. Which I'm also not a huge fan of, but it's not bad, necessarily. I'm more disappointed in the lack of investigation interactivity. Some kind of panel with 2 buttons on it here. Just push it. That's the invariable principle of buttons. I feel like a lot of the investigation puzzling aspects have been stripped out as well. Because, like, each one of these lawyers has a specific power now, and we barely get to use them. It's cool that we get to see Apollo's power in investigations, which is kind of nice. That still feels the same. But I think we had, like... Oh, we had one psychic lock with Phoenix. But then again, we've only ever played as Phoenix one time in this game. We've used Apollo's like a million times, even when he wasn't the playable character. I think we used Athena's once out of trial. I'm trying to remember if we did. I think we did. Maybe, I mean, I guess in the next game I would expect to be doing more Psych-Lock stuff again because he's apparently the main character there. Hopefully we do anyways. I like those ones. I feel like they're the most appropriate for a Phoenix Wright game. There are such things as buttons left unpushed, and she pushed it anyway. Goodbye. I feel like she's been dumb as bricks nearly all the time this game, which is weird considering that she's supposed to have like a fucking doctorate in psychology or some shit. I get that's not the same thing as like, you know, thinking a mirror is for doing your makeup, but like, come on. It should put her on a different level than, say, Maya. I would expect that line from Maya on some level. I wouldn't expect it from Athena. Athena is a lawyer and also has a psychology a degree, doctorate, whatever. But Maya, like Maya's just some kid. I could see her making that kind of comment. Hey, the giant holographic image disappeared. Yeah, though that side of the wall seems kind of barren without it now. Remember the security footage from Case 1.5? They fleshed on Game 6 of cool videos where we need to contradict theories made by one person and the footage displayed? Oh. Well, wait, didn't we do something like that in the Edgeworth games? We also had, like, play and rewind and all that, so I guess it's probably based on that? Because the Edgeworth games had really fun security footage puzzles. We did that a couple times there, and I think those were better than 1.5's. But if it's anything like Edgeworth security puzzle, then that's good. I'll take that for sure. Still, it'd be nice if the investigation portions had more interactivity here. Okay, so now that the mirror's off, can we look at the mirror again? Does that help us with anything? Okay, well see, here's like an actual puzzle. It's not like fucking thrown into our face like before. Maybe anyways. I thought we had like the workings of a good puzzle back in the village when we did the we had to like fold the screen and then they just like told us the answer anyways. Holographic image off. The screen is completely black, which for some reason makes me think of losing an argument to Prosecutor Blackwell in court. But at least it's got my brain revved up. Come up with my best ideas at times like these. Okay, what was like related to this screen? I didn't mean to click that again. I was trying to click on the arrow. No, okay. I was expecting new dialogue because mirror was off. Okay, what exactly were we looking for? Yeah, we're just looking to see what happens with the screen off, right? So that side of the wall seems kind of barren without it now, so let's see if we can find anything new with the image off. Yeah. So I was thinking like it was reflecting the screen. Can we turn it back on for a sec so I can like place spot the different... Oh, here we go. Never mind. It's right here. You know, I feel like something like that would have been really obvious with the screen on too, because like if your monitor is cracked like this in the corner, that's gonna show up. Like your screen's gonna be fucked. Yeah, like was this visible with it on? Or was it just like, did it look completely fine and working? Because like if this happened in real life, if you cracked your screen in the corner, like half your screen's just gonna be gone. There's no way that you need to turn it off to see something like this. Hey, Mr. Wright, look at this. Looks like a bullet hole. A great find, Athena. It's pretty big. Whoever fired the shot must have been using a pretty large gun. Think so? Based on my experience, I'd say this was fired from a regular pistol. Well, whatever size it was, somebody fired a gun in here, right? Apparently. This is an important fact. Do you see a bullet around somewhere? No, the police might have taken it, though. Now, I would be calling them out for not suspecting this bullet, except for the fact that this bullet was found halfway across the room. So, which makes me think that if it was that bullet, it's very likely that someone picked it up and tossed it away, hoping to hide it. Which is probably what happened. Wasn't this a window? No, this was a screen. This whole thing was like a display. It wasn't a window. They called it a holographic display, but I'm pretty sure it was just a screen. Actually, they called it a screen. They called it a holographic display earlier, but they called it a screen this time. Yeah, they called it a holographic image. The screen. They're using the terms interchangeably here. A screen implies a flat 2D plane of digital imagery. So I don't really know how it could be both a holographic and a screen. Now that I think about it, because a holograph implies 3D projection, but a screen implies 2D projection. So which is it? Can't have both. Let's ask Detective Fulbright about this bullet hole later. Is that really a good idea, though? Should we be telling the police about it? Yeah, there's our witness. Welcome to the Space Center, guests. Welcome. Yikes. What in the world? My name is Ponko. P-O-N-C-O. Ponko. Are you sightseeing? Are you lost? Are you looking around? Choose one. I will guide you. It's a robot? I am not a robot. I am Ponko. Psychological observation and navigation companion. P-O-N-C-O. Ponko. Well, glad we got that cleared up. Oh, Ponko, I missed you. Huh? Do you know this thing, Athena? Oh, she, showed us around the last time when I came here with Apollo. You're such a good girl, Ponko. That's a good girl. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm so happy. So very happy. Wow, a guide robot. That's pretty cool. My name is Phoenix Wright. Nice to meet you. I don't know you. I don't know you. Huh? Ouch. That hurt. Oh, she has to register people she meets for the first time. Please register in Ponko. Certainly. Commencing guest registration. Please tell me your name. A nickname is fine too. His name is Phoenix. A bit overly familiar, but I'll allow it. Phoenix, please let me get a good look at your face. Oh, sure. Registering. Facial registration sequence complete. We are now officially friends. Nice to meet you, Phoenix. Huh, this robot is pretty cute. Oh, don't tell me. Is this who he's gonna turn to now? He's that desperate? Who made Widget, do we know? No, but I have an idea now. Where Widget came from. You made a friend, boss, isn't it great? Phoenix, Athena, allow me to guide you. Right this way. Oh, Kitty, let's go, boss. Go where? And there's obviously stuff that she's not saying. She knows something about this robot, and it has nothing to do with the case. Oh wow, what is this place? Is that rocket real? Welcome, welcome. The Space Museum is open to the public every day of the year from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Learn about the history of our nation's space development and the HAT-1 project. The rocket is just a replica, but it's the same size as the real one. Space Museum. Oh, here it is on the map. Okay, so it's the exact opposite side of the main building from Launchpad 1. I wonder if this place used to be a launch silo, considering that the other one was called Rocket Launch Pad 1, and there is no 2 that we know of. And this looks exactly like the other one. Ask me anything, anything. I will explain. Yeah, we're interviewing this robot. This robot's gonna be in trial tomorrow. It's quite the place. Can't believe we get to see a rocket this close up. This is a replica of the HAT-1 that was launched 7 years ago. It's exactly like the real HAT-1, inside and out. Even the text is the same color. This has to be related to Widget. Its little brother, the HAT-2, was supposed to launch the other day. Wonder if Ponko knows why the launch was cancelled. I think we're asking for too much out of this robot, Phoenix. Over there is an exhibit about the launch 7 years ago. Check it out! Check it out! Spacesuits, photos, newspaper articles. I'd like to come here again on a day off. Hey, what's this a photo of? I feel like I've seen this character out of context. The girl with the purple hair. Phoenix, that's the staff of the HAT-1 project. Oh, there's Mr. Starbuck. He looks so young and so different. And that's... What is this, Athena? Is something wrong? Oh, nothing. I just thought Mr. Starbuck looked really young too, that's all. Well, it was 7 years ago after all, so the young guy started standing next to Mr. Starbuck. Is Clay Terran the victim? They were mentor and protege even way back then. And he's even got one of the staff jackets. He looks just like a regular staff member. No, Clay was still a student then. He just borrowed one of Solomon's old jackets. Ah, okay, that makes sense. Clay would have been still in high school 7 years ago. Everybody looks so happy. Space Museum is great. What fantastic exhibits. I thought the two women be the Yuri though. Oh my god. No, see, there's 3 people there, okay? There's 3 women in that photo, alright? It's a threesome, okay? They were having a threesome. I mean, it's still Yuri, but it's more than 2. This area used to be Launchpad 2. That's why the only entrance is on the 3rd floor. Wouldn't it be better if they just made a new ground floor entrance instead? There was talk of it, but they had to scrap their plans because of the budget cuts. Budget cuts. Budget cuts. We need more money. Money. Who'd record that kind of information into a guide robot? While it was in space, the Hat One launched a probe called Hope. The Hope probe collected some samples from an asteroid and returned 5 days ago. That's what Director Cosmos said too. Told us it came back the day before Clay was killed. And here it is, the Hope space probe. Who's the 3rd? You're looking at her. I think I've seen that logo somewhere before. Let's see. Oh yeah, the capsule that the victim was carrying. I think it had the same logo. I think it can be seen in the photo attached to the autopsy report. Maybe she'll give me some more info if I showed it to her. The way the Space Center launch pad is set up is really cool. Would you like me to tell you about it? Would you? Set up with the launch pad. Go gentle, my spiky-haired mind. I want to know. I want to know. Phoenix wants to know too. Great. Now Athena's got a case of ponchoitis. Hooray! I will tell you then. The rocket is built right inside the launch pad structure. When the rocket is complete, it's moved along with the launch pad over the rails. Oh, I see. They move like the entire silo over. Holy shit. And brought into position at the launch site. Okay, now their statements from the trial the other day make way more sense. Isn't it cool? Isn't it? We used to have a big budget, so that's how we could build it all. It's very cool. A grand step like that suits an important place like the Space Center. I guess everyone is hoping for a bigger budget next year. Myself included. Guessing the whole thing is operated from the control room, huh? That it is, but it can also be operated from the new command center too. Either way, the safety lock in the boarding lounge has to be first disengaged. And I guess before a big move like that can be carried out, there are all kinds of procedures. I would love to see the launch pad being moved. When's the next one scheduled for? Searching data. All future plans have been put on hold. Because of the bombing and the murder, I bet. Which is perfectly understandable. Do I mean the robot, he asks. Who else would I be talking about, I thought you were talking about Athena? Who do you think we've been staring at for the last, like, 5 minutes here? Wasn't Athena. I mean, Athena was clearly in that photo. Didn't you see that hair? On the far right? She's already in the photo. Of course I couldn't be talking about her. Well, when was the last time it was moved? Searching data. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That answer isn't in my database. I guess Ponko can only answer certain questions. Alright, we need to show that image. It was in the autopsy report, right? Ponko, do you recognize this capsule here in the top right? Checking registered data. Send you to the timeout dimension. Okay, think about it for a second though. Who makes a robot like this and not think about that? Especially when you do that. Right in the middle there. Somewhere in the middle, the on the white, the yellow. You don't just do that because it's important to the design and function of the robot, okay? That's not how that works. You think someone did that because it was necessary? Clearly, whoever built this did it with purpose. I know. It's the Hope capsule. It was carried inside the Hope probe. Contained the asteroid samples, right? Yes, it was designed to store the samples gathered by the Hope probe. It's been stored in the safe in Launchpad 1 ever since it returned to Earth. Okay, that's why he was carrying it with him, because he had to go retrieve it? But why retrieve it now when the rocket was about to take off? Why not retrieve it 5 days ago when the rocket came back to Earth? It must be removed. It must not be removed. It must not be removed. Don't worry, Ponko. The people in charge already know what happened. They do? They do? I must ask them later. So the capsule is being kept in Launchpad 1, huh? Maybe Clay was trying to carry it to safety after the explosion. Space Center staff must have been really excited to finally get the capsule back. It's a pity this incident occurred before they got a chance to check the contents. Well, the police took it as evidence, so they'll have to wait a little longer. Why'd you ask this question? I didn't think the question even needed asking. It should have been obvious. We knew Did you forget the gender of this robot here? I thought it was pretty obvious. Well, we certainly learned a lot about the Space Museum. Thank you, Ponko. You explained everything very well. I love to explain. Thank you for listening. Thank you. So you're like old friends. It's hard to believe you just met recently. Yeah, it really is, isn't it? It's because Ponko is so friendly. Well, what should we investigate next? Let's go find Detective Fulbright. We have things to ask him about. Let's see. Security footage and the fingerprint data, was it? Okay then. Let's go back to Launchpad 1 corridor. Bye, Ponko. See you later. Yeah, okay, like, you see, like, why are they there, right? Okay, if they're not there for that purpose, explain them. Anything will do. What reason do those need to exist for? I cannot think of one. Except what I've already stated. You're gonna have to give another explanation here to disprove my theory, okay? Come again, and don't forget to visit the gift shop. Poor Ponko. What a Dickensian life we are all forced to lead. What is that word? The fuck was that word, Phoenix? No, we can't just, like, walk away after a word like that. I've never heard that term before. What the fuck was that? To distinguish it for a second mil, why are we gendering the robots in the first place? Why are we giving them distinct gender-specific features in the first place then, They are robots. There is no need to do that. Unless that need is as stated. Because why else would you do such a thing? What should I do? Which path is the path of justice? There's Detective Fulbright. He still seems to be lost, even though it's a straight corridor. Let's hope he's still in a cooperative move as well, then. If he doesn't cooperate, then I'll just have to use my powers on him. You mean that lady in distress bit? The bot clearly has some high AI functions. And why does a bot like that need high AI functions and distinctive physical features? I rest my case. You can't convince me otherwise. It's the only reason they exist. Sounds like projection. Alright. Yeah, okay, you're gonna try and convince me that the tiny little yellow orbs are somehow for balance reasons. Okay, then what about this robot here? Why does this robot not have distinct yellow orbs on its front, and instead the one that's behind Fulbright here, you can't really see at the moment, the orbs it has are vertical, down the middle. and are not laid out in such a fashion. But the other one had them laid out in such a fashion. What is the reason for that, hmm? You can't tell me that it's for balance purposes. Why aren't they laid out the same then? Found a bullet hole in the wall at the crime scene. You did? Our team found that too. It was Detective Arm who fired that bullet. Wait, what? Detective Arm? That's right. A warning shot for the defendant. Wait, what? Was it really such a high-threat situation that she needed to do that? I'm afraid I don't know the details, what with Detective Arm gone and all. But I thought there were two people who discovered the crime scene together. We already know Director Cosmos will testify, so tomorrow will be about what he knows. Hey, you're pretty smart. That's exactly why we're planning to serve as the main course. I hope it goes down easy. Detective, we'd like to run a comparison on some prints we found in the boarding lounge. Yes. I just happen to have compiled the print data of everyone related to this case. I can always make another copy for myself, so it's all yours. Consider it a gift. This is quite a bit of data. Well, when I said everyone, I meant it. Prosecutor Blackwell said to dig deep, so that's what I did. It sure took a while, though. Oh, he got Apollo's and my prints. He even got prints for all the robots. Why do the robots have fingerprints? Oh, so it's saying they can open the doors with the fingerprint scanners. Give them their own access. They don't need fingerprints. How are you giving them fingerprints? There's no need for this. You're just helping my theory here. I guess when Blackwell said to dig deep, Fulbright didn't bother to ask how deep. All right, we chalk another line up there. Put it up there next with filling your magic panties, making cookies and filling your magic panties. I guess Fulbright wouldn't be interested in the robots after all, would he? He's got Black Quill. Oh, there's tons of robots in fiction I'd like to bang. You wouldn't want to bang this robot? You're listing off all these other robots. You're telling me that robot there is no good for you? That's an insult to that robot right there. That's a perfectly fine specimen of robot. Clay's fingerprints are here too. I personally removed his glove during the investigation. We had to get fingerprints to confirm his identity after all. Still can't believe he took off his glove to get his fingerprints. What do you mean, Athena? That's part of his job. Yeah, well, you can't blame me for thinking they're important in this case. There's a lot of doors that require fingerprint verification in the lounge. So depending on whose prints we find, it can completely change the tide for both sides. Makes sense. After all, the culprit's prints did get them past the fingerprint lock somehow. Oh, and take this picture. It might come in handy. Isn't this just a photo of the Launchpad 1 door? Yup. But Prosecutor Blackwell seemed really interested in it for some reason. Huh? What's so important about this door? It beats me. But boy, could you see the gears in his head going to hyperdrive at it. Man was really interested in the knob over here, if you know what I'm saying. Reminds me of a certain other knob. Sounds like this is going to be a major point of contention tomorrow. Hey, don't forget about the print comparison, boss. Right. Detective Fulbright, do you think you could run the test for us right now? What if we did it? I mean, Apollo knows how to do it. He did it in his game. You just leave it to me. In justice we trust. Look, I'm not a robot fucker either, Jack, but I know when I see it, okay? Okay, here we go. Well, it looks like it was Mr. Starbuck who opened the security door. Must have opened it when they went to go board the rocket. His heart must have been full of hopes and dreams for his space adventure right then. Okay. Do we have to present the security footage to him, ask for more details? Detective, about the security footage that was taken by the boarding lounge 1 camera. Oh, that footage? Go in and ask me anything you like about it. Is there any way I could see a little more of the part just after this? Easy as pie. I'd be glad to show you. Here we go. Well, that's inconvenient. Huh? The screen went blank. Yes, apparently the after effects of the explosion damaged the wires. So there's no footage after this point. Why didn't you just say so from the beginning? Well, shit. Something definitely seems to be up with you, Detective. You're unusually cooperative. Well, I just figured if we work together, we'll get that much closer to justice, right? But it seems like something's really been bothering you. You don't have some ulterior motive, do you? What? I don't know what you're talking about. I would never do anything like that. Yes! Ask and ye shall receive. Unfortunately, though, we probably already have all the evidence, and it's going to require no looking around for more evidence. It's been a while, but those are definitely psych locks. Hmm? Did you just mouth psyched? Is this something I should be psyched about? No. Psych lock. It's a system of locks on the secrets in a person's heart. And I can see why people are trying to hide those secrets by using the power of this Magatama. Presenting evidence can break those locks. And reveal any secrets they're hiding. Mr. Wright, how much did they bilk you out of for that piece of rock? Have you been swindled? I know some lawyers I can introduce you to. I'm more incapable of representing myself, thank you very much. Isn't some kind of fraud. It really works. A friend gave it to me a long time ago. This man works in police, and he doesn't know about, like, how they literally worked with real psychics? And how there was literally a case about possession? Maybe that was too long ago for him. That was probably before he started working. But I guess seeing is believing. Allow me to show you. Let's see what presenting the Magatama will reveal, shall we?
Take that!
Psych is a great show. It's probably one of my favorites. I was very disappointed when they took it off of Netflix and I couldn't find another place to watch it. Only for it to end up on Amazon if you paid like another 20 bucks a month for their like Paramount or whatever one of them was, their add-ons. It's like at that point, no thanks. I'm good. I think you're hiding something, Detective. So why don't you just tell us about it? What to do? Which path is the path of justice? Detective Fulbright is really in agony. I bet this is the issue he's so torn up over. Love life. His love with Black Quill. Oh, could you imagine if it was? Okay, I know it's probably wrong, but I'm gonna pick it anyways. I bet I know what's been bothering you. You're troubled by love. What? How did you know? I put my pet cop Love in with my goldfish, and the next thing I knew, all the little goldfish were gone. Love had eaten them all. My poor little goldfishes. Oh, I loved you so. I guess love really can cause a lot of heartache, huh? Anyway. That was an achievement! No way! Oh, that was worth it then. It's gonna be justice then. Yeah, I got an achievement for that one. Let's see. Where is it? On Steam here. The problem with love. For answering love during Detective Fulbright's psych lock in episode 4 of Dual Destinies. 11.8% have this achievement. What was it called? It was called, The Problem with Love. That's the name of the achievement. I really understand what's been bothering you, Detective. I truly do. Something happened that goes against your principles, isn't that right? No. I don't know what you're talking about. Until the explosions occurred, everything was just fine. Yeah, except for the weird, suspicious part about how you were here before the explosions occurred. I mean, the fact you're already on the scene, shouldn't we be suspecting you of bombing this place? Is that a fact? Yup, peaceful as peaceful can be. Everyone whistling happy tune as they did their job. You never saw a more relaxed guard detail for a routine rocket launch. I don't think the guard detail is as relaxed as you claim as long as this exists. Explosion? I mean, it was the explosion, right? No. Yeah, bombs will have to spike tight security. That's gotta be it.
Take that!
For the explosions, what was supposed to happen here was a rocket launch. And yet security footage was so tight they even brought in a special task force. I'd hardly describe that as a relaxed guard detail. Yeah, you were probably part of that task force, weren't you, Fulbright? God, I bet that smashing animation would look so good on the 3DS. I don't remember if... No. The trilogy... I had the trilogy on 3DS of, like, the DS games. There was 3D in that game. They added 3D, but this, from what I remember in Game 2, was not quite as animated. But I bet that would look great on Dual Destinies 3DS. Now, hold on just one moment. The entire nation had their eyes on this extremely important rocket launch. That's why I was called in on a special security detail. As versatile as you are, I can certainly believe that that's true. I say it's very strange that this person would be part of the detail from the outset. Oh yeah, Candace Arm. Yeah, bomb specialist. Detective Arm specialized in bomb cases. The fact that she was here on hand means that you people knew there was a possibility that a bombing would occur. You got me, Mr. Wright. I'm so disappointed I didn't get more black bright bait. Is that what we're calling it now? Look, we got some of that earlier. When he was, what was the line? It's probably long gone. I don't think we can see it anymore. No, it's too far back, I think. Yeah. There was a line earlier that was pretty good. What was it? It was like just before we did the Cyclock stuff. Alright, I concede. You win. It's just as you say. Yeah, Candace Arm. We went over this in case number 1. Her name is Candace Arm. Just like we had Ted, what was it, Ted Tonate? Ted Tonate and Candace Arm were the two main suspects. Or the two, well, she wasn't a suspect, she was definitely a victim. But the two main characters in case 1 of this game. A few days before the launch, they were warned about a potential bombing. But the plan to watch went ahead in spite of the threat. But why? What were they planning to do if someone got hurt or killed? Yeah, I know. The decision to move forward wasn't exactly just, was it? How was the warning delivered? By phone and directly to Director Cosmos. But the police department instructed everybody to keep it under wraps. That's a big thing that we keep quiet about. No wonder you were so upset. It's not only that. I've been dissuaded by Prosecutor Blackwell as well. Prosecutor Blackwell? Well, as his handler, I'm sure you have a lot of difficulties. Yeah, handler. What do you think he handles, I wonder? That's not it. It's a question of justice. I've been wondering about why he's allowed to stand in court. Well, I don't know, you think he deserves a chair? Maybe he wants to sit down. No one ever thought of that? Reason he's still prosecuting? Detective Fulbright, please tell us everything you know. Yes, please. I want all the juicy details on Blackwell, please. Well, talking to you folks about it would definitely be breaking the rules. Never mind that. What are rules but things be broken, right? Well, to tell you the truth, having a prisoner act as a prosecutor is highly irregular. Yeah, downright illegal, I would think. I think we guessed that much. So why is it being allowed? I've been wondering and wondering about it. So you weren't told why either, huh? No, I guess the order came from pretty high up the ladder. Yeah, it would have to. It would have to have. Prosecutor Blackwell told me once. The hunt I've been on for the phantom of 7 years past continues even still. 7 years past? Phantom, huh? Not one of the friendly variety either, I gather. Yo, more possession? Yo, call Maya. She can handle this. The phantom of 7 years past. Any idea who or what he was talking about? Not a clue. But he seems to think that this phantom is beyond this whole incident somehow. Wait a minute. He thinks they may be connected to this case? Yup. This case has way too many similarities to what happened 7 years ago. And for starters, that case happened right here at this very space center too. And in both incidents, a threat was issued via telephone. So that's why Prosecutor Blackwell thinks this incident is the work of the Phantom. Okay, that explains this one case, but what about, like, the other 3 cases we've met him on so far? Why was he in charge of those ones? Well, that's not the entire reason. I mean, if you want to talk about 7 years ago... That's when Prosecutor Blackwell was found guilty of murder. A messy case is what started the whole dark age of the law. Oh, that's what started it. Not Phoenix, thank God. Because he would have been further back than that. That would have been at least 8 years ago, right? Or 9. No, 8. No, 9 years. Because there was a bit of a time jump between Hall of Justice and this game. There's like a 1 or 2 year jump. So you see how this Phantom and Prosecutor Blackwell's conviction might be related. Yeah, I can see why he'd think that. This incident and the Phantom. Not to mention Blackwell's past. It's almost inconceivable that they would come to a head here. This might sound crazy, but Prosecutor Blackwell can't possibly believe Mr. Starbuck is this Phantom person, right? I mean, he was acting kind of strange during the last trial and all. Yeah, he wants to solve his own case, but that explains this one specific case, but that doesn't explain why he was in charge of the murder up in the mountains, why he was in charge of the case with the whale, why he was in charge of the school killing. That's 3 other cases that he was also in charge of. Prosecution appears to be ready as well.
Silence.
Not yet. I'm not quite ready yet.
Hmm? Ah! No, I doubt he thinks Mr. Starbuck is his Phantom, but I do get the feeling that he thinks the defendant has ties to them. Which is why he's acting so impatient. He's got a personal grudge against Mr. Starbuck. And that's not real justice. I've always trusted in Prosecutor Blackwell's judgment until now, but this time, I'm just so overwrought about it all. If he's lost his ability to think rationally, I'm afraid it might lead to a false conviction. I've never seen Detective Fulbright so tormented. This must be why he's so cooperative. Don't worry, that's exactly what we defense lawyers are working to prevent. I feel bad for Prosecutor Blackwell, but I'm gonna be ruined for your team this time. But don't tell him that. You have to promise me you won't. Detective Fulbright, guess I was wrong about you. I swore to reform Prosecutor Blackwell and make him a valued member of society again. So I can't just sit by and watch him give in to his emotions and tear the defendant apart. You're the only ones who can stop him in court. You really care for and want what's best for Prosecutor Blackwell, don't you, Detective? Leave the courtroom to us. It's not like we want a guilty verdict either. I was hoping you would say that. Really grateful to the 2 of you. Injustice we trust. Oh shit. What if we get like a play on that? What if he starts saying that? That would be so funny. To show my things, I'll give you another bit of information. It's about the eyewitness. I saw her hanging around the Space Center entrance a little while ago. Really? Let's go find her, Mr. Wright. Thanks, you two. I feel a lot better now that I've been able to get that off my chest. I'm gonna work extra hard to find that perfect piece of evidence for you. In justice we trust. On 3, 1, 2, 3. In justice we trust. Okay, later. There he goes. Wait, were we supposed to say in justice we trust back there too? Let's go see that witness now. Alright, Space Center entrance it is. Is it going to be the robot again? Or someone new? I still say we're going to have to cross-examine the robot. Witness must be around here somewhere. Oh, it's another robot! Oh, and this one has different position! Hello, hello. Uh-oh. Don't tell me the witness is a robot. Hello. Oh, come over here. Hello, hello. Are you sightseeing? Are you lost? Are you... I am Clonko. Shall I guide you? Guide you? I don't know why, but this robot's kind of freaking me out. I still say we're going to have to cross-examine the robot. Again? I've had it with you, hunk of junk. Gah! Someone hates robots. Your autocorrect keeps doing that? I don't know if I trust your autocorrect if it's making autocorrect in all caps and somehow correcting injustice into injustice. No, I can see that happening. It's not very common to say injustice as two separate words. So I can see why you would assume you meant one word. But autocorrect as caps? That's a little weird. I'm outside. Am I wandering? When did that happen? Okay, welcome back, hunk of junk. You don't know how close you came. If you didn't snap out of it, I was going to put you on the curb on trash day. Nothing works better than a 42.5 degree karate chop. That's pretty specific. Excuse me, but are you the one who witnessed the murder? Oh, and I'm Phoenix Wright, the lead attorney for this case. How do you do? I feel like you probably should have swapped those two lines around, Phoenix. Big shot lawyers, huh? I'm Aura Blackwell. Ooh, okay. I'm a researcher developing robots here at the Cosmos Space Center. She definitely seems like someone who would develop a robot with some, let's just say, extra features. Blackwell? Could she be? And this good-for-nothing robot is named Hunk of Junk. My name isn't Hunk of Junk, my name is Clonko. That's mean, Miss Aura. I mean, with a name like Clonko, I feel like that alone has enough leeway to make fun of. Clonko, more like Clunker, am I right? Quit complaining, your model number is Ponko 2. Yeah, but Miss Aura, everybody calls me Clonko. Quit your squawking already. No, what are you doing? No, don't. There, I bet you won't be talking back now. Yeah, I will obey completely. Yikes, or watch what wires I cross with this one. She seems almost worse than her brother? Husband? Son? Can we say for sure yet? He's 28. 37. I'm gonna go with siblings on this one. That's a little close for comfort, considering that's a difference of 9 years. Your last name is Blackwell. Do you have a relative in the legal profession? You are correct. Simon Blackwell, who used to be a prosecutor, is... Shut up. Only speak when I order you to speak. Simon is my little brother. You know him? Yes, we met him in court a few times, right, Athena? In before she's the culprit. It has to be at this point. Come on. It's gotta be. You don't pull something like this and expect her to not be the culprit. What a dull creature. Has her switch been turned off? Nina being shy? This is new. Oh yeah, I heard he was prosecuting again, despite being a prisoner. Why doesn't he just stick to solving disputes among inmates in prison, right? Hey, what do you think, hunk of junk? Yeah, Ms. Aura, that hurts. I'm asking you a question. Why don't you answer me? Useless hunk of junk. But Miss Aura, you told me to only speak when you ordered me to speak. I told you to never talk back to me. You're worth more scrap. Robot abuse, hawk attacks, Black Quill family life must sure be interesting. Well, do you have any other questions? Wait, of course you do. You're a lawyer. It's not like I'm on Simon's side or anything. I just want to get this over with. So, you're the person who witnessed the incident? That's right. I was on the 4th floor of the main building, in the robotics lab. The explosion disabled the elevators, so I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. But it was such a pain. Why couldn't they have used the ladders in the other rooms? It must have been a very troubling experience. Probably best just to humor her here. Then, as I passed the 3rd floor boarding lounge one window on my way down, I saw the crime as it happened. And that's about it. So you saw the crime as it happened, and that's about it. I see. Wait, what? You saw it being committed? It's no time to just nod and repeat. So you saw into the 3rd floor lounge. The very scene of the crime. That's right. There's a small window on the right-hand side of the room. I looked through from the outside. The room was pitch black, but I saw a shady figure holding a lighter in their left hand. And a knife in their right. I feel like that's going to be important. The handiness of the killer is going to be very important. That must have been a culprit. Did you see who that person was? Of course not. Power was out on that floor and there was only that tiny window. I see. But you did witness the moment of the murder. Yes. I saw the figure with the lighter raise their knife and... It happened at precisely 10 a.m. Did you witness anything else? Did the killer have any distinguishing features? I already told you. It was pitch black in there. Although, I did notice that the lighter the person had in their left hand had a pretty ornament on it. It looked like a planet. It was blue, like a little Earth emblem. They had good taste in knickknacks anyway. An Earth emblem on the lighter. I'd better remember that. Propelled a lighter with an Earth emblem on it in their left hand and a knife in their right. Yep, told you the handiness was going to be important. Thank you for your statement. And we'll definitely prove Mr. Starbuck's innocence with it. What's the chances of her, perhaps, not being on the 4th floor during the incident and having not climbed down a ladder? Maybe. Yeah, right. I wouldn't hold my breath. Pardon me? Oh, did I hurt your feelings? Sorry. I just detest lawyers, that's all. What don't you like about lawyers? It's just an instinctive dislike. But don't feel bad. I hate prosecutors even more. That didn't make me feel any better, actually. Is it perhaps because you've had experience, let's say, with them? Why do you hate lawyers so much? Little thing from my past. The whole legal system is meaningless in the first place. I certainly don't agree. I mean, people are imperfect. They lie, they're influenced by silly emotions. You can expect such imperfect creatures to uphold a reasonable system of law. I like robots much better. Even sad sacks like this one. Hey you! Look alive there! Yeah, yes, here I go! I am the ultimate robot with amazing precision, speed, covering vacuum. We operate to rule the world. Alright, that's enough out of you. You're getting a little too carried away. Gah! Huh? What was I doing? Yep, I like robots much better. At least you can make them any way you want them. Unlike humans with their petty emotions and constant worries. Any way you want them, you say, hmm? Yeah, okay. Any way you want them. You say such things. Feeling emotions, worrying about the things we care about. That's what makes us human. Well, the girl finally talks and she starts with a speech. That's what makes us human? You mean getting angry and snorting and like that? Rational thought. That's what separates humans from animals. Unfortunately, your reasoning capabilities are more akin to that of a clever little monkey. But that's nothing to be ashamed of. It must be nice to have such a simple mind. Can I punch your boss? Get a hold of yourself, Athena. Humans clever certainly aren't absurd. I said you were clever, didn't I? Poor thing. Tell me, with people like you in charge, how could I possibly trust the legal system, hmm? So she just trusts not only lawyers and prosecutors, but the whole legal system. What in the world happened to this woman to make her so bitter? Even if somebody important to me was killed, I would never wish to see their killer brought to trial, because I'd much rather kill them myself. Can't be serious. Hmm? That thing you're wearing around your neck? Oh, this? Around Athena's neck? Does she mean widget? Oh, I get it. Well, well. Her Royal Highness has returned at last to her castle. Her Royal what? Is she talking about Athena? By the way, I heard the rumors. Our director is going to be the star witness in court tomorrow, right? Director Cosmos? Yes, that's right. You poor things. You better be careful. That old man is a big liar and a huge braggart. It's okay. We have experience with liars. We see a liar like 3 times a case at least. What? He might seem like a bigwig, but the center has all kinds of problems. There's a lot of skeletons in his closet. But it's your problem. So, why should I care? What, that's it? No friendly tips? No good luck, guys? You expected that from her after her old spiel? Just splendid. I'll leave you to your woes. Come on, hunk of junk. Sad to me she doesn't believe in our legal system anymore. She must have had a very bad experience to make her feel that way. Are you alright, Athena? You seem very down. Just can't believe she said all those things. Wow, she's really upset. Has she been trying not to let it show all this time? Alright, new theory. Her mom worked at the Space Center. Probably was involved with the Hat 1 incident in some degree. Died as a result. And then passed on Widget to her. Because she probably had Widget. Because it looked like her mom and Miss I Hate Lawyers over here were good friends. Who probably built Widget in the first place. I'm probably right on the money, aren't I? We've seen it happen before, after all. Well, I guess it's not all that surprising. You hear about fabricated evidence and false indictments on the news all the time. You mean that whole Dark Age of the Law nonsense? I'm so sick of hearing about that. Well, all we can do is believe in what we're doing. Yeah. You're right, boss. I agree. Maybe it's time we went back to see Mr. Starbuck. Good idea. We should tell him about the bullet in Miss Blackwell's statement. Alright then. Next stop, the detention center. And in case it wasn't clear, I don't actually want an answer to that question, preferably. But I think it's pretty good theory, as it stands. My lawyers are here. It must be bad news. Hey, not necessarily. We found a new witness. A researcher saw the moment of the murder through the lounge window during her escape. Really? So they're going to let me go? Unfortunately, it was dark and she couldn't identify the person. Hey, by chance, you happen to have a lighter on you, Mr. Starbuck? Just out of curiosity. Mind showing it to us? Ah, I should have known. My stars never aligned just right, too. We got a lead too, Mr. Starbuck. The murderer had a lighter with an Earth emblem on it. A lighter with an Earth emblem? Oh. Did you remember something? Yep, I sure did. Just a little bit, though. Anything at all would be a help, so please, tell us what you remembered. It's his lighter, isn't it? I thought I was unconscious the whole time. But now I remember I woke up for a few brief moments. That's huge! Do you remember seeing anything? A lighter. I saw the flame of a lighter floating in the darkness. Good, good. What else did you see? What was nearby? It was definitely the boarding lounge, so it must have been after Clay carried me there. In the light from the flame, I saw a dark shadow flickering. A dark shadow? Well, that must have been the third party we've been looking for. Thank you, Mr. Starbuck. You've been more help than you know. We can prove there was this third person at the scene and that they're the real killer. Then you'll be cleared of all suspicion. Key will be whether or not we can identify this third person in court tomorrow. At least we have something to go on now, and that's a big plus. I should probably tidy the evidence up a bit before someone mistakes me for a hoarder. I think it's a little late for that, Phoenix. What did we remove from the case? Wait, what did we get rid of? We still have the oxygen tank. We still have the security footage, obviously. Still have this, even. Oh, was it the other statement about the bomb? I guess that's the only thing that got removed. Okay. Now that we've got a glimmer of hope, I'm suddenly starving. Why don't we head back to the office and treat ourselves a big celebration in advance? Someone who's highly empathetic, you can be surprisingly unsympathetic. I think they just moved things? No, there's no, they got rid of the bomb statement. But I think everything else is the same. I think it was only the one piece of evidence. So you found your strategy for tomorrow's trial, huh? Good for you, Daddy. Well, it's one step forward anyway. Hopefully it'll give us a fighting chance in court. As long as we can find out who this third person is. Let's get something to eat. I'm starving. My vote is for Eldoon's noodles. Can't believe that man is still in business. Oh, Apollo. He's back! Oh, did he steal the coat from the fucking museum or something? Is that how he got the coat? What if he did? What if he went, like, to the museum, punched the glass, and got it just after we left? Okay, I might be crazy, but I feel like I see a slash in the bottom left. What are you doing here? I didn't think the clinic was ready to release you yet. My wounds are fine. I'm done lying around. Apollo, you're supposed to be in bed. Leave the case to us. We'll take it from here. Thanks, but that's not an option. Not for me. Apollo? You shouldn't underestimate your injuries, Apollo. I don't want you overdoing it. I'm fine. Not in pain anymore. Besides, they just gave me an IV at the clinic. IV isn't cure-all, mummy man. Anyway, just tell me how the case is going. Have you guys made any progress? Suspicious figure was spotted at the scene. We think they must be the real killer. Suspicious figure, huh? Right. I thought you'd be happier than that. Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm happy. And I fully intend to see Clay's murderer apprehended. He had the coat during case 1. I know he did, but like, what if he like... No, I guess that doesn't make sense. I don't know where he would have gotten the coat from. But there was that code at the Space Center with the big slash in it. I'm surprised that we didn't pick that up as evidence.
Absolutely nothing will get in the way of that.
Clay was your best friend, right, Apollo?
That's right. Best friends since junior high.
Sounds like me and Junie. So, what was Clay like?
Well, he was full of compassion and energy, and he had a really loud voice.
The two of you did voice training together now. I bet you'd break a few windows.
You know, I bet you're right. Seems like only yesterday, Clay was the guy who lived for his dreams. We used to talk about it a lot. He was going to be an astronaut and me a lawyer. We talked well into the night, and even then we never grew tired of it.
Apollo, about that jacket.
Oh, it's Clay's. I knew it. It's a special jacket that was only issued to members of the Hat Project. He was finally able to get one of his own once he was selected for the Hat 2 mission. He always looks so proud wearing it. Just when his dream was finally coming to true. I still can't believe it. Damn it! It's not fair!
Apollo, hope you don't try to carry the burden all alone.
I guess we were both unlucky. My own debut was a disaster.
Guess you were on some level. That trial a year and a half ago wasn't exactly the smoothest of starts.
It was a rough time for me, but Clay refused to let me quit. You're fine, he'd say. Don't give up. It was right during his screening exams, too. I couldn't have become a full-fledged lawyer without him. That "you're fine" of his is why I'm still standing here today.
You're fine, huh? You're fine and I'm fine were like your catchphrases, weren't they?
Something like that. Sure brings back memories. When we were in junior high, Clay's mom passed away in an accident. But he wouldn't show his sadness to anyone. One night, I found him crying all alone in the school courtyard.
Mom? Mom? Get away, Apollo. Don't come over here. Clay, listen to me. I don't have a mother either. Huh? Okay, what are the chances that, like, Athena is actually Clay's sister or something? Like, just another, like, random family connection here. Out of nowhere.
I always think, everybody else has a mom, why am I the only one? But, you know, when I start to feel that way, I yell at the top of my lungs. I holler, I'm fine! And then, you know what? I start to feel like maybe I really will be fine. Apollo Justice is fine! Okay, Clay. Now it's your turn. Okay. Clay Terran is fine. There you go. Now we're both fine. We're fine. We're fine. What are you laughing about? See? We're fine. You laughed first. I'm fine. You're fine. We're both fine. Thanks, Apollo. When you say it out loud, it really starts to feel real. And as long as you don't give up, you can keep on fighting. That's what we believed.
As long as you don't give up. Wasn't there somebody else who said something similar?
By giving to my fear, I'll never find the truth. As long as I don't give up, I can keep up the fight.
Clay called Mr. Starbuck his mentor and looked up to him. I wonder if I can be a good role model for my staff like Mr. Starbuck.
Sorry, Mr. Wright, but I'll be taking a leave of absence.
What? Wait, what do you mean by a leave? You're really serious. Can you at least give me a reason why?
When I put Clay's jacket on, I swore to him that I would catch his killer myself.
That's our goal too. I agree with Athena. We should work together to find the truth.
The truth, huh? That's a noble cause. What if the truth you seek and the truth I seek turn out to be different?
I'm not sure I follow. What are you saying, Apollo?
I'm gonna catch the person responsible for taking my friend's life. My own way.
Is he turning like Batman or something?
Take good care of Mr. Starbuck for me. Now, I must be going. Goodbye.
Actually, I guess he'd be more like a Robin. Turning into Nightwing. Goodbye. Did he just say goodbye? I sense a lot of seething anger and hatred coming from him. And also, suspicion. He's not walking out on us like this. I'm gonna go talk some sense in him. Hold on, Athena. Apollo can believe what he wants, but I believe he's wrong. Even if we take different paths, the truths we arrive at should be the same. I think the quicker we solve this case, the better it'll be for Apollo. Yeah, you're right, boss. Alright. That's enough for one day. Make sure you're ready for tomorrow's trial, okay? If he were here right now, Apollo would say, I'm fine. Everything is fine. Just hope things really do turn out fine tomorrow. Alright, now the plot is starting to make more sense. I'm appreciating it more. Seems like tomorrow's trial is going to be quite the doozy. What with the Blackwell reunion, and possibly one of them being a murderer. That's not possible, it's likely. She didn't climb down that window, she was in the room. I don't believe it. Her innocence for a second. Or, if she's not the killer this time, she's the phantom that Blackwell's been searching for this whole time. She did something wrong. Either in this case or the other case. We just don't know which. No, you know what probably is? She was the real killer of whatever caused Blackwell to get convicted for murder. And the Cosmo, Yuri up there, is probably the killer in this case. I bet that's it. Maybe she even framed, well, I don't know. Okay, maybe she resents lawyers because a lawyer failed to get her brother innocent. Get a not guilty verdict for her brother. Maybe that's why she hates lawyers. That could very well be it too. But it feels too suspicious. Like she's got to be something. There's some reason she's there, and she's probably the phantom that he's been looking for, I bet. I don't really know how that would work out, because it would make more sense if she's just mad because her brother got put in jail. But I feel like that's too easy. It's got to be more than that. Well, I guess we'll find out next time. Well, the case 4 has somehow managed to become, as expected, the most important case in the game after all. So I'm looking forward to it. We'll do that trial next time. This was a bit of a weird case. We did it backwards. We started with the courtroom and then went to the investigation, but it makes sense given the timeline. Hope Apollo's okay. 2, maybe more 3 streams of this. What, is case 5 like long or something? Not long? Because I usually split them up to being like one. I try and do 1 investigation day and 1 courtroom day. So like two to be continueds. So if you're telling me that case 5 is somehow short, half of the length of one of these other cases, that's surprising, because usually the final case is the longest. Case 5 backpack's hard after the end of 4, so it could actually be shorter then. Okay. So it's more of like a continuation then. Interesting. Well, I guess we'll see. I would definitely expect maybe 3 streams, though. I was expecting 3 streams, because like we do 1 stream to finish off episode 4, and then 2 streams to do 5. But if 5 is like a special length, and it's only half as long as the others, then I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, probably 2 or 3 more streams of this. And then Yeah, well, I mean, we still have 3 games to get through. We are far from done in Phoenix Wright. And what's crazy is like I actually have other games that are Phoenix Wright adjacent that I'd like to stream, but I'm debating if we would like follow up Phoenix Wright series with like more not quite Phoenix Wright after that. I don't know. That's far future. That's still like a few months from now, but that's been something that's been stewing in my mind about what to do after these, because we do only have 3 more games to go, so it's not that long, all things considered. Especially when you think about how many games we've played through at this point. Yeah, it's Spirit of Justice and the Great Ace Attorney games. Yep, I've got both of those all ready to go. We're playing the whole series. You know, it's kind of fun doing a whole series like stream marathon thing like this. I did it for Kingdom Hearts. We're doing it for Metroid. I did it for like Mario games, even like the 3D Marios. So I like doing it. It's a good way to do it. I like being able to play through entire series like this. So yeah, we're doing the whole thing. We're not stopping anywhere. You can play all the lane games. I mean, that's a possibility. I still haven't played any of the 3DS Ladens, and I've only played through like 3/4 of the Miracle Mask. Is it Miracle Mask? Whatever the last DS game was. I've only played a few of them. I need to find where some of my copies of games went. I've apparently misplaced a few of my Layden games, so I'd have to find those first. But yeah, I've never played any of the 3DS games. And definitely haven't played any of the Switch games either. And there's a new one of those coming out too. So I'm looking forward to that. That's a maybe. That's a definite maybe. Never seen the plot for the 3D Layden? Or 3D Layden or the third Layden? Do you mean Unwound Future or like one of the later games? Or you mean like the plot of the new one? I can't tell if that's a typo or no. The 3DS. Yeah, I don't really know the plot of the 3DS ones. I know it starts with Miracle Mask, and then the other 2 games come after. It's kind of like it's a prequel trilogy, so to speak. It goes like Layden 4, 5, 6, and then 1, 2, and 3. You know, it's kind of like how they did Star Wars backwards. You start with Episode 4, and then later on you got Episodes 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, Layden's like Star Wars. You can quote that. Layden is exactly like Star Wars. Yeah, Layden's a possibility. I mean, we already did one of the games technically after all, so it would be fitting. But I do have some other Layden or Phoenix Wright style games. Because I bet you didn't know this, but there are other people out there making courtroom visual novels. They're just not as well known. But they do exist. Some of which, at least one of which I've played before, has an even stronger association with magic and the illogical than this series does. But it does it well, and it works. But if you think the magic in this was like something, wait until you see that one, because that's one I would definitely want to stream. I have seen that AA and OT, and I wouldn't mind possibly checking out at some point. I don't know how long it is. I don't know if it's like a single case or whatever, or if it's just like the court trial or something. I would be down to set up and play that one of these days. Maybe we can do that before we move on to Game 6. That might be an idea. Do it in between Games 5 and 6. But I would like to check that out at some point, because I think that'd be pretty fun. It looks really interesting. I don't know how something like that works. But the kinds of wacky things people do with like Mario 64 and Ocarina of Time modding these days are insane. It's one court trial bound on length. Okay. I would imagine it's pretty short. I don't expect it to be like a really long thing, but if it's just the trial itself, it definitely isn't. My assumption is it's about the length of like 1-1, perhaps. Because that was just a court trial. But I don't know. I'd have to look into it. If I stream it, it would definitely be in between Games 5 and 6. I would save it for when we finish this game, which is not that long. It's only a couple weeks away. But I have seen it, and I'm very tempted to stream it. So perhaps expect that at some point in the not-too-distant future as a little bonus. More late... I keep saying Layden, because now we've got Layden on my brain. But more Phoenix Wright content is always a good thing. But for now, that will be it for today. This is going to be a very interesting case. It won't have the big twists every 5 seconds like the school case did. That was wild. But this one's going to be where we start getting all the big reveals, clearly. We're getting something here. And the story is finally coming to a head. Only got one main game left after this, after all. So it's getting there. But for now, that'll be it. There will be Deltarune tomorrow. And we'll be playing through Chapter 4 of Deltarune. We've got Minecraft will be back this Friday as well. We will finally actually start developing Chapter 3. We're done building now, so it's time to actually move on to progression. This Friday stream will be a progression stream for sure, I think. Unless something happens. I don't know what could happen, but it's going to be progression. But yeah, more of this next week. We've got Prime 3 starting on Monday as well. That'll be exciting too. Lots of new stuff coming. But for now, thank you all for watching tonight. I hope everyone enjoyed, and I will see you next time.